marketing leaders being featured today during our DTC Marketing Summit from brands such as the Clorox Company, Empire Today, Belk, Bottle Caps, Drinksmith, Bodega Brands, Goat Rodeo Capital, Ember Technologies, Eargo, Kimberly-Clark, Team Bespoke, and many more. We encourage you to engage with today's speakers by asking questions through the chat, as well as on Twitter and LinkedIn using the hashtag BILivecast. Before we kick off with today's first livecast, we'd like to share a short highlight reel from our South by Southwest temple from this year.
During South by Southwest, I believe it's our biggest activation, a clubhouse of sorts for all the brand marketers that descend on Austin. Great food, great people, great conversations. And unfortunately for the second year in a row, we can't be in Austin right now, but we are thrilled to be here with you guys virtually. This is our first ever 4-day summit, the Brand Innovators Trend Watch event.
Using fresh ingredients is really very important to have a great cocktail. 3/4 of 1 ounce. Voila. Ladies and gentlemen, let's raise our glass. Salute!
One of the challenges in the pandemic was, of course, so much of our business came through the drive-through. A higher percentage would come into our shops because they wanted that experience. Well, how can we interject over the long term that experiential component into our drive-through, into digital, into other components of our business? We have relied on that shop experience. Then the question becomes, how do you up that experience and make it unique in a bunch of different channels?
That's been, marketing since the dawn of time, but now it's that we can do it in a one-on-one scale if we have the right tools, if we have the right data, which just means we need to think about it in new, different ways.
What we continue to do is stay very close to our guests, like what's happening right now in pop culture, not what happened, 2 hours ago or 3 hours ago, and basically open up a whole avenue that we call internally as live advertising. It's really understanding what's happening in society currently, like today, right now.
When Pizza Hut was at its best, we were also on the forefront of innovation. And, last year we were able to bring to market the first plant-based pizza launched nationally by any pizza player in the U.S. with our partnership with Beyond.
We have a lot of really strong, great marketing talent out in the various markets that, really understand what's going on at the local level and can help kind of take what we know about the brand at kind of macro level, but bring it to life in such a locally relevant way.
The role of consumer marketing is to figure out ways in which we can increase the percentage of people who say, you know what, there's a community for me on Reddit. This is a relevant product for me. It starts to become a daily habit and something that they're finding value in every single day.
We did disrupt the industry and we disrupted an experience. And I think we're still innovating in those areas, especially in results, to the pandemic of how we're reaching consumers and how they're shopping and virtual appointments and how we're connecting with them.
Most consumers today want to invest in brands that are doing good in the world.
As we think about DEI, it's not just people of color, it's people in the, LGBTQ plus community, people with different abilities. As we think about our Asian brothers and sisters and what they're going through at a time like this, companies really have to pause and really embrace their internal employees. And so a lot of the work that needs to start has to and must start internally.
Diversity is a fact. It's just representation. It's who we are. It's identity. Everyone is diverse. Inclusion is a choice. It's a choice that is often made by the person including versus the person needing to be included. So there's already privilege in that equation. All of us can remember a time where we haven't belonged and what that feels like, and also know what belonging needs to feel like and should feel like and connect to it. And so it is a universal concept. It transcends all people. It is directly connected to humanity.
In the face of such hate and in the face of such violence, if what the Me Too movement, if what Black Lives Matter taught us was that this is a worthy fight, worthy of our time, worthy of our attention. And this is not just our fight. This is a cultural awakening that's been happening for a few years now. We have to continue to fight for a better future, so then the people that come after us don't have to have the same conversations. They can have a different conversation.
It really takes that breaking through to the other side of bringing together a coalition of allies across all communities for us to kind of break out of the echo chamber and really turn this into a national movement. And I'm so grateful for this space where we can have that community as members and allies.
This is a really important time for brands to step forward. This is not a time to call it play it safe and be unheard, unseen. You've got to be seen, you've got to be visible.
With the cultural demographic shift that's happening in this country, more and more people are asking those questions. What is it the brand is doing and what are they standing for, and how are you showing up? So engaging with the consumer and leading by example is incredibly important.
So what a great event that was. And I encourage you, if you weren't able to attend it live, to check out any of the sessions on our Brand Innovators YouTube page or under on demand on our website. So without further ado, I am thrilled to kick off the day by introducing our first panel featuring Jennifer Riley, Associate Director of Brand Engagement at the Clorox Company, Cameron Kozlow, Marketing Director at Empire Today, Matt Hudson, Senior Mobile Delivery Manager at Belk, and Matt Kershaw, VP Global Partnerships and Strategy at Vox Media. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Thanks for Matt, I'll hand it on over to you.
Cool. Thanks, Izzy. I don't think I've ever had the pleasure of kicking off a full day of Brand Innovators programming, so this is very exciting. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us today. I'm thrilled to be able to host today's roundtable, specifically with some members of the Brand Innovators 40 Under 40 crew, Jennifer Riley from Clorox, Matt Hudson from Belk, and Cameron Kozlow from Empire Today, each of whom have lots of wisdom to share about their marketing experience, leadership styles, and recent efforts to continue to elevate each of their brands in a world of direct-to-consumer and e-commerce first shopping behaviors. By way of introduction, my name is Matt Kershaw, VP of Agency and Client Development at Vox Media. Vox Media is home to 13 beloved digital brands, including Vox.com, The Verge, Eater, New York Magazine, Curbed, Vulture, SB Nation, and others. Vox Media also has our very own podcast network driven by our 13 editorial brands, an award-winning branded content studio, Vox Creative, and a growing entertainment business, Vox Media Studios, from whom you may have seen some of our programming on your favorite streaming services, including our most recent Netflix series, Money Explained, currently sitting on Netflix's top 10 list. That's my spiel. And with that said, let's get into it with our panelists. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Cool. So I thought we could just do a quick round of intros. Maybe just tell us who you are, what you work on, and for something a little different, a hobby or skill that you've picked up or fine-tuned in the last 12 months. Jennifer, why don't we start with you?
Awesome. Hi, everyone. Good to be here. I'm Jennifer Riley. I work at the Clorox Company, but I specifically work on the Brita business over there and lead marketing for them. So it's been a really fun space for us, a very purpose-driven brand, and I'm excited to tell you more about what we've been doing later on in the discussion. I'm a little surprised by the hobby that I worked on in the last 12 months. Before the pandemic, I wouldn't have said this would be it if I was locked up for 12 months, but it was golf. And it was more, a result of things you are allowed to do than things I would have naturally gravitated towards. But it was a very fun hobby, and I'm glad that I've got it in my arsenal now.
Nice.
Good way to get outdoors.
Cool. How about you, Cameron?
Sure. So with Empire Today, I'm on the brand side. So basically head up the internal agency, working with all of our internal partners on the creative side, digital side, performance marketing side, you name it. So I'm in charge of the Empire Today brand, the Luna brand, which is a sister company. So we're in a few markets, we may be familiar, and then our B2B side. So basically responsible for all demand generation for those three brands. And I guess a hobby, I don't know, I picked up rollerblading again over the pandemic because, like Jennifer said, more of what you can do versus what you're not allowed to do. So I was a lot of rollerblades. The wife and I went to Sports Mart or Sports Authority, I think, and picked up some rollerblades and went to town.
I love that. Rollerblading is a throwback. That's fun.
Throwback for sure. Yeah.
Cool.
No injuries, I hope.
No, it was like riding a bike, I guess. Just kind of picked it back up.
Awesome. And how about you, Matt?
I'm a senior manager of mobile delivery at Belk. That basically means I run the Belk app from the marketing and technical side, connecting those two pieces together. A hobby I picked up is biking. I went ahead and bought like a decent bike to get some exercise, be outside. And now that I can really take meetings remotely, I found that I can take it on a bike and get my exercise in and do all of my meetings at the same time. So it's been super handy.
Awesome. Bunch of panelists staying healthy with some fresh air. So well done to all three of you. All right, cool guys. So the way I thought we could structure this discussion would be, kind of just split it into roughly two halves. For the first half, because we're here celebrating and learning from you three, the rising stars of the marketing world, of course, named to BI's most recent 40 under 40 list. I thought it'd be interesting for the group to kind of hear how each of your management and leadership styles has kind of had to change in order to accommodate this new work world. And, when we were prepping for this call, we had talked, of course, a little bit about the world that we all found ourselves in, right? 100% remote and not being able to engage with each other in person. But equally as interesting, I think, is moving forward, kind of taking into account sort of some of the preferences of your teams and of your colleagues and of your clients, and kind of hearing about, which of your leadership habits will kind of continue on as we all navigate this new world together. So why don't we go in reverse order this time? Matt, you can start.
Yeah. So COVID has been an interesting experience for me because at Belk, being on site, but having a lot of my team already remote, there were certain pieces that didn't change. But I think in regard to leadership, there was actually a lot that had to change, just not the day-to-day work. So again, in some examples are like onboarding new people. It's very challenging to sort of indoctrinate them to the culture, the working culture, expectations, how we talk to each other, how we interact, one-to-one meetings. And of course, going virtual is one piece of it, but also, my management style is a bit personal. Like I like to check in on my people, and some of that stuff came in handy. But for new people, getting a text message from your boss, not realizing that that's just sort of the way that I work, was kind of new to them. But it did pay off because you needed people to be there with you, talking to you. How's your family? How are you doing? How are you handling working alone? A lot of my team handled it very, very well. But monitoring their work, making sure that they're able to drop in and that they feel comfortable calling, that they feel comfortable talking to me about stuff that's going on in their lives that's a little less, sometimes you had to deal with personal issues with people in the hospitals or things like that. So a lot of things changed, and my perspective changed a lot as well. Some for the better, some for the more challenging. But going forward, I think it will actually be beneficial, even if some companies come back in the office or stay remote or some hybrid. I think having that personal connection and management style can be really good.
Definitely. And how about you, Cameron? How have you kind of been handling things, and do you intend to kind of going forward?
Yeah, so from a management perspective, I think for me and probably our team as a whole, you really to shift the focus on evaluating performance and not FaceTime, right? Like everyone's at home, everyone can kind of do their thing, and it's people have always talked about in management, like, focus on performance, not FaceTime. Fine, that's a great thing to say, but it's very hard to do. I think COVID like forced that on a lot of managers and really made them look at their people in a way and instill a level of trust in their team that things are going to get done. And even though you don't see this person in the office working, they're working, they're busting their butt. And at the end of the day, that deadline's getting met. And I think over the first few months, everyone kind of saw COVID as an opportunity to like prove themselves, be like, hey, this is actually going to work. Like we can make this work from home. We can be more productive. And, from my perspective, people hit it out of the park, like more productivity than I've ever seen, not just from my team, but across the organization. And people were pushing initiatives forward like never before. And so it really flipped that idea of like FaceTime and like being in the office and like, oh, I see Johnny's there, he's working, he must be working hard. Well, that doesn't, in reality, doesn't matter, right? Is Johnny getting his work done? Is Johnny getting this new project across the finish line? And that I'm seeing more and more as a huge positive that's going to come out of COVID. I think management, especially like senior management and executive teams, are really going to have to instill a level of trust that wasn't maybe there before in the entire organization, right? From all levels. So I think that's been my like biggest takeaway. I don't know how much we want to go into this, but like collaboration, I think collaboration, at least from what I've seen, has ramped up, more so than ever before. We used to, we're in a building, right? Like everyone else is in a building with a certain number of conference rooms and a certain number of offices. So if you want to get a team together, you had to reserve a conference room, and it might not be available today or next week. Like you have to wait. So, okay, so this huge problem we're working on, we'll send some emails back and forth. We're not all going to get together and work on this until there's a conference room available. And that's just like operationally a physical constraint of working in an office building. Now we got a problem. We can get 10 people on a screen share and talk through it like now and solve problems quickly. And the speed at which things are getting done, I've never experienced anything like it. I think it's really, really cool. And so I think the collaborations piece of just this new normal is going to change the way we think about business and the way we think about like attacking problems. Screen share, I would never screen share with people before, but now screen sharing it's a great way to train. It's a great way to collaborate on projects, and before you kind of you want to work with someone, you go sit next to their desk and bring your computer over and you have 2 laptops sitting there. And now it's like you're screen sharing, you're talking through problems. You're like, oh, how'd you do that in Excel? That's sweet, and then copy that over into the chat. And it's just that level of collaboration that has been ramped up for us and for everyone else on our organization, tenfold. So I think that's really, really cool. And I hope that, as American businesses, we continue this level of collaboration and speed, as we come out of COVID.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Cameron. You had made a really good point when we had connected in preparation for this. You were, and you kind of said it, but this idea of like not having to wait to solve problems until a conference room is available, it's such a silly thing to have to like say out loud.
Yeah, I know, it's so stupid.
But if I never have to have that conference room like reservation conversation again in my life, I'll be a very happy.
For sure.
And to your point though about the speed that it enables and the productivity that it enables, and that we've all sort of opened the kimono with the screen share, so to speak. It is like we work in Google Docs too, right? So like we can get into Docs and update them together in real time and show each other our work and things like that anyway. That plus screen share, it really is like dynamic problem solving and addressing business challenges together in a way like we've never seen before either. So I have loved that, and I do hope that continues. Jennifer, what's this been like for Clorox?
Yeah, I think collaboration is a very great theme to carry our experience forward. Clorox is a heavy meeting culture environment. Pre-pandemic, our days were just stacked meetings. So it was actually, and I work in a highly collaborative role that's creative, and we do a lot of offsites and brainstorms and things like that. So it was an adjustment, I'll say, not just for the people I manage, but for me as well, to figure out how to continue to facilitate like a brainstorm and a creative type of output on a screen share. But I think it's pushed us to rapidly change the ways of working and the technology that we use to help enable that type of stuff. I will say that is one thing I'm still excited to return to the office to be able to do, to have those collaborative creative sessions in person with people one day. But the other side of the coin wasn't just ways of working, which I think we've come a long way. And I'm very excited as we start to transition into the next phase of this, of returning to the office. And it's not just returning to the way things were, it's building a new normal of how we're going to operate as a company and take a lot of the positives of what we've learned in the last 12 months and bring that forward. And I love that our company is embracing that and kind of bringing that into their vision for the future for us. But the other side is a little more of what Matt was saying, which is the personal side. And I've always been a manager that has a little bit more of a personal touch with my direct reports and team in general. I can't help it. I'm just an open book type of person. But people were going through very different things, and I was as well. The world was going through a big change that was scary at times, and it wasn't just if you were sick. There were mental health issues that people might be struggling with, family issues, etc. So that was interesting to navigate. We also opened up for employees to work from wherever they choose. So I had some employees that took advantage and moved to very far places away and navigating that. But again, I can't remember if it was Matt or Cameron that made the point, but I think it really emphasized that FaceTime and the 9 to 5 wasn't what mattered. It was your output, and allowing people that freedom, I think, again, all factors into our vision for the future ways of working, and in a way that I'm very excited for, not just for my own purposes, but just for what the company is able to do. I think productivity, I agree, was through the roof. You give people a little freedom, and it's amazing what'll happen when they're able to kind of work the way that works for them instead of work the way that an office environment always forces you into.
Absolutely. Who would have thunk it? That's great, Jennifer. Thank you. We already have a couple questions rolling in, but I want to just move on to the second half of our conversation and make sure that I leave some time for questions at the end. So thank you guys for that. That was great. And obviously a lot to learn from each of your respective leadership styles, and a lot of, I think, common trends that we've sort of found across all three businesses. So sort of moving on to the back half, I thought we could talk about this direct to consumer and e-commerce marketing acceleration, right? Each of you and your companies are at various stages of your DTC and e-com journeys. Empire today, right, we know is sort of an e-com experience, but consumers are still going to check out with an appointment to receive an in-home consultation and estimate for flooring. Belk's mobile app has grown tremendously in recent years. And then Clorox brands like Brita have sort of been on a journey to change how you're getting product into the hands of consumers compared to how that sort of happened historically. And so Cameron, I want to start with Empire today and some of what you guys have been working on. I think it's probably fair to say that a lot of people would recognize Empire today from its television commercials and very catchy jingle above all else. But maybe you could talk a little bit about how the role of TV has changed in recent years and months as this sort of like DTC and e-com emphasis has continued.
Sure. So as you kind of alluded to, Empire's always been heavy on TV, right? We've relied on TV for decades to do the heavy lifting of our marketing, right? Drive the awareness, drive the conversion, drive that phone call. Over the last 5 or 6 years, we've started to, move away from TV and the heavy reliance, and kind of more into digital. But through all of our testing, everything we've done, in kind of getting to this place, TV was still a big piece of the puzzle, right? TV lifted all channels, whether it be paid channels or organic channels on social or on digital. When COVID hit, things kind of got thrown on their head, right? So when it first hit, we couldn't physically do business, right? We couldn't go into people's homes. So we had to shift the way we did business to 100% digital and an online experience. That's for like the first 2 weeks, right? And quick, going back into like the management piece, those first 2 weeks when the company had to pivot, broke down every barrier in the company, right? Ideas were shared by the lowest level of associates all the way through the CEO. And that's just something I want to mention, like that breaking of red tape has to be embraced and shared and pushed through past COVID. But so that was a side note. Going on that, so when COVID hit, after the first 2 weeks, when we were down in the dumps, business was basically coming to a stop. We figured out how to do things digitally, and business took off, right? Look at like companies like Wayfair, right? Home services, anything in the home just took off like crazy. So we had put a COVID commercial together, during those first 2 weeks, put out there like every other brand did. And then when business came back, we made the decision to go dark on TV. It was the first time in Empire's 60-year history that it had ever been dark on television. And business was coming in, we put that money to the bottom line and really focus on digital and max digital. So finding that top of the S curve for our paid channels, where is that plateau and that point of that peak ROI. And so we did that for about 6 months, right? Zero TV, heavy on digital channels. And what we started to see was that we didn't need television to drive awareness, that consumer behavior, especially during COVID, everyone's at home, they're glued to their phones. And we could really drive top of funnel awareness through our digital channels, which is really a shift in paradigm for Empire, right? We've always leveraged, TV to kind of do the heavy lifting and digital to be a supplement. Well, now this is digital first. And so in doing this, we went digital first throughout the summer months of COVID. And then we realized we had an opportunity to test back into TV, but in a different way. We started thinking about TV more as the upper funnel metric and the brand awareness play, not to necessarily drive the conversion. So we started testing into that. We started with our national, scaling that up a little bit, and then started going market by market, seeing what the TV was actually doing on a market level. And it was really interesting to see that we could spend, half, a quarter of what we were spending before on television and get that same impact by driving people and driving up those digital channels in the same way we were doing before with 2x, 3x of our spend. So we were able to shift our focus to TV in our buying strategy from a direct response to a brand play and a brand awareness play. And what we've seen is that going in TV now with a brand awareness play, we're still putting our promotion on television, right? Still at half price sale, 10% off sale, but it's the buy strategy is much less reach and frequency. We're buying different times of the day just to hit consumer with a little bit more of awareness play. Then when they see our ad on digital or they see, a nice article about Empire Today, it resonates a lot more. The other thing we've done with the shift to digital and through COVID is we've seen, like I said, people are spending much more time on their phones. So we really had to ramp up our digital experience, right? Give people a reason to be on our website during their purchase decision journey, which for flooring can be like 8 weeks, right? Before, we let other brands take care of that, right? We didn't want to be the thought leader. We just want to get you when you want to buy with a deep discount, messaging. When someone's ready to buy, they're going to see an Empire for ad for half price sales. Like, okay, I'll give them a call, see what they have to do. Now we're shifting to try and become that thought leader in the space, right? We're the largest flooring provider in the United States. We should be the point of reference for people to have a question about, is this floor work in this room? Or is this waterproof, right? So now we've really put a lot of effort into our website, and which is basically our storefront, and giving people tools and resources to start researching and looking at flooring in a way that they didn't necessarily look at before. They don't have to go to a store and bring home samples. Does the sample match up with my curtain? Not really. Go back to the store, get a different sample, bring that one back. We're trying to shift that on its head with things like a room visualizer, right? With COVID, when COVID hit, we launched a room visualizer we've been testing in beta for a while. That you take a picture of your room, a couple clicks, you can see new floors, overlaid in the room, and it works pretty well. That a ton of more content marketing approach with long form articles and long form blogs about floors and about just people, pets and floors, kids and floors, anything with floors, you name it. So that's really been, our biggest takeaway from COVID is really focusing on upper funnel metrics and from a digital perspective, and shifting our TV strategy to be more of a brand play versus a direct response play.
Got it. That's really interesting, sort of the evolution of TV and how you guys are thinking about it, and really carefully kind of measuring the impact of that channel's role in the larger marketing mix. And I was actually kind of poking around on the Empire Today website as well to familiarize myself with the experience, and that visualizer is, really something, and a bit fortuitous in terms of timing. Not a lot of good, obviously, that was pandemic related, but in terms of accelerating some business tactics and things that, were already in beta, to your point, and getting those into the hands of the consumers, that worked out. So thanks for that, Cameron. Matt, I want to shift over to you, and your role is a little bit different in that, as you said, you oversee Belk's mobile app. Your work there has enabled the company to drive over $200 million in annual sales revenue just through the app alone. So obviously, huge emphasis on that experience and optimizing it for consumers. So I was hoping you could sort of play the role of speaking to Belk's DTC strategy in the context of broader marketing, specifically mobile apps and mobile delivery.
Yeah. So, obviously we didn't shift to digital, but a bunch of our customers shifted to digital. Overall, the business had to adjust just the same way Cameron's did, from TV to digital to store to digital. So a lot of the things that the organization was focused on, even though our group is always focused digitally, the entire business is now focused digitally. And now, as we come out of COVID, we're thinking about how do we market to the customer in such a way that sends them back to the store. Right now, it'll never be the same, but we still need to, communicate that the stores are open, and communicate that our dressing rooms are back open, and a lot of those different pieces. So, but even before the pandemic, one of the things that we realized is that our best customers loved app. So our elite customers, which is kind of like our loyalty program tied to our digital card, love mobile app experience. They're maybe a more affluent customer. They obviously spend more, and they buy a higher end product than our traditional, kind of clearance customer. So we started to shift a lot of our marketing efforts into opening the mobile app. So we started with email, because obviously that's a single channel that is very trackable and it could be shut off, and it just made sense on the implementation. And once we did that, we just discovered that not only we didn't just cannibalize like mobile web traffic, but we actually started seeing increases in conversion because our checkout was better. And then when the pandemic hit, we rolled out curbside pickup, like an emergency curbside pickup, and then right after that, same day delivery. And curbside pickup makes a lot of sense in the app. Somebody that uses, any of the other major retailers are getting push notifications or text messages saying that their order is ready, and then being able to track them to the store, and the associate knowing that they're nearby and in a parking space and all of that. It's very mobile oriented. And web's fine. I mean, a lot of the web can do a lot of the same things, but that app experience for that elite and premium customer was very mobile app focused. So our curbside pickup solution rocked it. We went from a few percent in buy online pickup in store to 20% buy online pickup in store. We shifted our inventory from shipping it from a warehouse to from the store. And so suddenly our stores became miniature warehouses. But what that allowed us to do is it sort of allowed us to, I don't want to say compete with Amazon, but kind of compete in the same kind of game as Amazon, in that customers could pick it up right there. They could get it quickly. And even though we had relatively shallow inventory, customers were getting a much better experience. So we did things like push notify them that their products were ready, tie that into our marketing. So when you drive by the store, now you get a push notification based on the location of the store. We started rich push notifications and gave them an inbox that they can look at. And all of these things sort of tied together with our standard marketing, our promotional marketing that we do, and in all channels. So when we run a Facebook ad, it now opens up the app, but it opens up to specifically where they're going. And I think a lot of that stuff is important in that the traditional customer that was not digital before, now shifting to digital, in Belk's case, is a significantly older population. Now, the Belk app itself, surprising to me and to I think anybody in marketing, is we have more 50-year-old customers than we do 20-year-old customers, if you can believe that. So we're dispelling the myth of older customers liking the app. But as they shift into the app from the store, customers that maybe didn't even use Belk.com previously, we realize that experience has got to be even better. Now, not necessarily like a cutesy Snapchat type of experience, a really beautiful modern app, but one that is very fast, reliable, and easy to use, where customers don't have to log in over and over again, and giving them the things that they want where they want it, whether it's email or social or just within the app itself, being able to deliver same day or pick it up right away, and having the associate come out within 3 minutes to deliver your product. to me, that's all about improving the way that your brand is considered. And it's its own marketing tactic, providing a great experience. And so that's what we've really been focused on.
That's great, Matt. I think, you know, the user experience of the app, designing that sort of course, with the customer in mind, and sort of what they're going to want to see out of that experience. It sounds like you guys have nailed it across the board. So congrats on that. And Jen, I want to talk about Brita. So we know your team is launching an e-commerce site now, and sort of trying to get closer to end consumers and make that process more seamless. So what's it been like, sort of, you know, navigating a classic CPG organization and sort of like completely changing the way that you get products into people's hands?
Yeah, it's been a really fun one. My focus for the last year, we actually just launched about 2 months ago, our e-commerce solution on Brita.com. So now you can buy direct from us, which is great. And that decision to go direct to consumer was kind of twofold. One, the company has been focused on growing first-party data and really getting to know our consumers. Our marketing department as a whole is very focused on consumer first. So Matt was talking about experience and really creating the best experience for your consumers, which evolves over time and what they want, and especially in a pandemic, how they're looking to interact with brands changes drastically. So getting to know those consumers, what they're looking for from a brand, and what value we can offer beyond just our product has been a really, for me, fun exercise, and one thing that keeps me constantly engaged at work. And then in the pandemic, you know, you might have noticed Clorox wipes were a little hard to find in stores at times. Supply became a big issue for us across the board. And surprisingly, also with Brita filters. I mean, maybe not surprisingly in hindsight, but at the time I was a little surprised to see us struggle with supply constraints as well. So that also accelerated our journey into the direct consumer space, where we had a little more control over that. I mean, I can't recount how many interviews our CEO had to have where people were asking, just, where can we get Clorox wipes? And she's like, ask the store manager when they're restocking. And we just don't have control over that final step, you know? So it was a really, you know, another accelerator that brought us into the space. And I've been with Clorox for almost 8 years now. We have a lot of legacy brands that are number one household names. And we've built our entire distribution channel around deep retail partnerships with major national retailers like Walmart and Target and Amazon and grocery retailers and Bed Bath & Beyond, et cetera. And so as the person leading the project to launch a D2C brand, it's a very fine balance to navigate channel conflict and making sure that we're entering that space in a way that is not competitive to our retailers. And how do you also, you know, manage up to the leadership team and express what value you're adding if you're not trying to directly compete with those folks in that kind of a way? And so my main focus and strategy on that website was around first party data, given the importance that it is. And when we have that closed funnel relationship in a D2C environment, I can just learn so much more about my consumers and what they're looking for. So I view that platform as a constant test and learn environment where we're taking consumer pain points from their broader retail journeys and solving for them in a controlled environment where I can pump out different solutions, services, benefits, experiences for them, and prove out what's actually helping to improve their journey, and then share that out with our other partners. It doesn't need to be something that's necessarily always exclusive to us on that D2C platform. So it's been really fun. It is we just launched, and it's one of those things where like getting to the launch wasn't the big thing. Now it's like pumping out that test and learn experience in a constant ongoing environment. So lots of roadmap talks and learning agendas and all of that, but it's been a really fun space for us. And you know, Clorox is now, other brands are looking to do the same, and I think it's been a fun journey.
Very fun. And learning agenda is everybody's favorite. And everybody go ahead and check out Brita's e-com experience to help Jennifer and her team get some learnings. Izzy, I see you're here now. I think we're at time. There are a couple questions I was going to try to do. Should I not?
Let's go for one.
All right, cool. All right, so we'll do one, and I'll reword it just a little bit. So, all right, each of you pick a trend in consumer behavior that is of particular importance to you and marketers more broadly at this moment.
I'll go first. Obviously, being a purveyor of mobile apps and app experience, I think the shift to that is going to be very interesting. So Apple this year released Apple App Clips, which basically means that you get a miniature version of the app without downloading it. And I think this is going to be a huge opportunity for marketers in different ways. It provides QR codes in the store that provide this experience, links in iMessage or in email will open this miniature experience. And I think it's going to be a new ball game with competing with mobile web and some of those other marketing pieces, because you're going to provide a much more deep experience that can be used across all your channels, including your real life, real IRL, your IRL experiences in the store. And it'll be really interesting with QR codes shooting the moon and all of that in marketing, how these sort of unique QR codes on Apple open up the app, and how are people going to use it in unique ways? I'm really interested to see.
Sure, I can go. For what we're seeing is it's a continuation of consumers being channel agnostic, right? They're on their phones all day long. They're consuming media on television. They're consuming media on their work computers. So being in front of them at the right time, the right place is super important, just as it always has been. But allowing them to convert multiple different ways is also extremely important, right? Different platforms. For us, it's giving the same easy experience online as if they want to pick up the phone. If they want to start online on their form and then pick up the phone and call us, or start working with a live chat agent. Just being able to make the journey of conversion as seamless as possible for consumers, I think is more important than ever before.
Yeah, I'd say similarly, just frictionless journeys and knowing where your consumer is and giving them what they want no matter where they are. And it's just really accelerated our omni focus as a brand and as a company tenfold in the last year as people moved more into digital, getting comfortable shopping in different ways and looking for brands in different ways than they ever have before.
Awesome. Great answers, guys. Thanks very much. And thanks for all the insights you shared. That was a fun session. So thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you all. And it was really interesting to hear about the different strategies that each of your companies developed through the past year, as well as, a positive and collaboration and how that's actually worked well for all of you. So we appreciate your time as well as the conversation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. So next up, joining us on stage is Corey Gerstner, Vice President of Business Development at Bottle Caps, Brandon Schwartz, Co-founder and President at Drinksmith, Zach Lister, Founder and CEO at Bodega Brands, Carlton Fowler, Co-founder and Managing Partner at Goat Rodeo Capital, who will be joined by Tiffany Pettit, Director of Strategic Partnerships at Influential. Welcome. I think we're still.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, guys.
Working through.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, we've got a big group coming in as well as coming off.
The transition, I love it. Awesome.
Right.
Thank you, Izzy. Hi, guys.
Hi.
How's everyone doing?
Good.
We're all here now, right? Okay, cool. New squad. Great to have you guys on. How's it going so far?
Good. Going well.
Very
Awesome.
well.
Well, hello, Brand Innovators team. I know we already kicked it off with a really awesome session. Gonna continue that momentum through the rest of the day. Just to reintroduce myself, my name is Tiffany Pettit. I'm the Director of Strategic Partnerships over at Influential. We are a social data and conversion company specializing in showcasing the effectiveness of your influencer campaigns by tracking attribution like app downloads, in-store foot traffic, sales, you name it. And today I'm really excited, especially because apparently it's National Wine Day, super appropriate. We're talking to the future of rising spirits and alcohol brands. So some leaders from a couple of different respective companies. I want to kick it off and have you guys introduce yourselves, your roles, and sort of a little bit about your companies. And for a little added piece, name your favorite adult beverage if you can, or your drink of choice. Let's see who you want to kick it off. Go ahead, Brandon.
I'll start. So my name is Corey Gershner. I'm the Vice President of Business Development at Bottle Caps. Bottle Caps is a technology solutions company. We specifically build mobile app, and website technology for the beer, wine, and spirit sector. Our core competency is our relationships with retailers, so the actual beer, wine, and spirit stores, and building out e-commerce solutions for them via mobile and via a desktop version. We'll get into more obviously, but as far as my favorite adult beverage, I'm pretty simple, straightforward. I'm a bourbon guy, so a little bourbon hunting is always a fun hobby of mine. Right now, TX blended whiskey is probably a go-to, just simple, easy to drink, but that'd probably be my beverage of choice.
Nice. And I'll be taking notes for all of these because I'll probably be a fan for everyone's favorite.
I'm Brandon, president at Drinksmith. We make fresh bottled craft cocktails using unique cocktail tech, fresh tech. And I think these days my favorite drink is Michelada.
Nice. love the twist.
Yep.
Zach or Carlton.
Hello, my name is Zach Lister. I'm the founder and CEO of Bodega Brands. We are a innovative beverage house that currently has 2 products in our portfolio. We have Hecho Tequila Soda, which is a 100% blue agave tequila soda. And we also have a line of cold pressed citrus juices designed for the hospitality industry. And my drink of choice these days is probably the smokier the mezcal, the better for me. That's just it's taken me some time to kind of develop my palate, but now that it's there, it's I want nothing more than that. So
nice. Huge fan. That was my drink all last summer and probably this year. So definitely a fan.
I was going to shout out Brandon for being the only one that followed instructions and used the background. Like I tried for a while, but it was flipped. And I don't know.
None of you guys had it. So
but Brandon clearly was the only one that actually did what he was supposed to do. My name is Carlton Fowler. I'm an investor at Goat Radio Capital. We focus primarily on beverage alcohol, traditional beverage, and occasionally cannabis beverage. Depends on what investors we're talking to when we work for that part. And actually, to disclose, an investor in Drinksmith, and very interested about learning more from the other 2 panelists, and excited to be here to provide kind of the I would say the investor viewpoint as opposed to the brand viewpoint. Oh, and my favorite cocktail or drink right now this is going to sound super bougie. I've been getting really into brandy Manhattan. So like with cognac or Armagnac as opposed to whiskey, it's a different experience, a little bit smoother, but I've been enjoying it.
I love that. We have all ends of the spectrum. We have micheladas, we have some really fancy cocktails. Love the mix, guys. Okay, so want to get into it a little bit. So it's no surprise and very obvious that last year, brands of all shapes and sizes within this industry experienced some sort of boom in consumer demand, and it was all about keeping up with it. I'm curious to know your perspectives this year in thinking about ways that you're reaching your audiences and wherever they are. Would love to hear more about how you guys are approaching marketing and maybe even thinking about creative and messaging as you're continuing to tap your unique audiences. Let's see, Corey, you wanna kick us off?
Yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, obviously the pandemic, as unfortunate it has been, it did see or shift into a boom for certain industries. Us being a digital player and our presence being fully digital, we really saw that ramp up early on. March of 2020, we were, moving along steadily at a pretty nice clip. And then, the whole world just kind of turned up on its head. And we really had to kind of scramble to keep up. So right off the bat, scalability we knew was going to be something that we really had to get a hold of. So in our setting, the retailers being our main focus and providing them with that digital or that technology solution to be able to go to the public. And in that case, navigate a pandemic situation where foot traffic in and out of their brick and mortar store was not allowed any longer. So we had been kind of at this for a while, talking about the emergence of e-com and talking about the shift to digital, and the evolution's coming, people. But until that time, that inflection point happened, you had those that would be early adopters, you had those that wanted to wait and see, so on and so forth. At that point, everybody was a shopper. Everybody was a customer at the retail level. And so we had an influx of inbound to go along with a lot of our outbound efforts. Always for us, it's just trying to provide the value to that retailer as an audience. So we really started diving in and trying to do some surveying and some kind of consumer or audience research on what exactly the situation was for them in store on the streets, and how could we best serve that? Were there new features that we could quickly build in and develop? Was there added support from the back end to help them with their customers that are trying for the first time to navigate their products digitally? What was it that we could be of service with? And so that became kind of our focus in the initial stages. As the year went on, some of that calmed and people started to kind of understand, what we were in the space and then what we could provide. It did shift slightly from that to really trying to look at the whole industry. Instead of being so retailer focused, we really transitioned to a 360 solution from a technology side of things in the beer, wine, and spirit sector. We wanted to be able to touch all three tiers with technology and be able to add value to all three tiers with technology. So we did start reaching out to different audiences, from the distributor groups, the supplier groups, in addition to our retailer relationships. And so that was a bit of a transition for us, but it really came at a time where the industry was very much entrenched in figuring out digital, figuring out e-commerce at all three tiers. So that's continued. It really hasn't changed much moving into the 2021 year, and excited to see it continue to play out. Really, like I said, that 360 approach to the industry.
Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting to hear from a B2B perspective. I'm curious to know, because I mean, there are challenges across the board for, again, thinking about brands wherever and whoever you're marketing to. Brandon and Zach, I'm curious to know, what kind of things did you guys deal with last year, and what are you doing to look ahead this year?
Yeah, I mean, similar as you can imagine. I think for us, we weren't really live pre-COVID. I mean, we were kind of testing out different channels, and COVID just accelerated that habit of buying liquor online. So we leaned into that and kind of, didn't abandon, but just paused looking at other channels. And it was great. We had this, year's worth of getting new customers. But now I think, looking forward, it's about going after, more traditional channels. And I think with COVID, our product has become a lot more, I mean, there's more of a taste for ready to drink cocktails, but I think for us specifically too, we can use it to scale cocktail programs in channels like, venues, hotels, events, concerts. So, we definitely are changing up our messaging on digital, not abandoning digital. I think that is here to stay. And I think people, continue to be interested in buying alcohol online. And we have our creative, with people going out, camping at the beach, so you just try and hit all of these, these things that you believe people are going to start doing. We used to be in the house. Now we're going back out. So make the marketing, show that. But, the bigger fish to fry for us is, expanding beyond digital. I think for other brands, it was like they were mostly in the traditional channel, and then COVID hit and they were like, whoa, how do I do, e-commerce, which, I'm sure, for Corey, that was probably awesome just to have all of that, that activity. For us, it was like, well, we knew how to do digital. Now it's how do we get back into the traditional channel? So that's the story for us.
Got it. Yeah, that makes
That's,
sense.
Brandon, it's good to connect with you again. I know we were in touch, must have been a couple of years ago when we were both first getting our feet off the ground with both of our brands. And it's been amazing to see the progress you guys have made. And hopefully we can collaborate at some point down the road. I know we talked about, working together with helping out with each other's supply chain and stuff like that. And so, anyways, just really good to see you again. Good to connect.
Yeah, good to see you too.
We were a little late to the e-commerce party with Echo Tequila Soda, just because personally I just wasn't really familiar with it in the alcohol space. I mean, my background is in cold pressed juice, and so when I started my juice company about 6 years ago, we had developed these detox programs, these juice cleanses, and that was really my first introduction into how explosive your online marketing can be in this type of category. And we did really well with regards to the cold pressed juice side when we were entering traditional retail stores and then servicing customers through these online programs. And since getting into the alcohol space, I just wasn't as familiar with it. Obviously the supply chain works a little differently. There's a lot more regulations when it comes to state by state, or in fact being in Canada or the US. So something that we didn't invest a whole lot of initially, and then we continue to get a lot of inbound leads, customer requests from markets that we didn't currently have distribution. And so for me, I was just like, well, what's the best way to reach these consumers? It's obviously got to be through direct deliveries. And so we ended up exploring a few different opportunities with some fulfillment platforms, and we're actually pretty pleased with the results that we're seeing now. And there's a lot of companies popping up now, whether it's Speakeasy is a good one, and there's a lot of these fulfillment platforms that have done a great job. And mind you, everybody is still learning a lot. There's always going to be bumps in the road, with regards to fulfillment and with regards to customer service. And to Brandon's point, it's kind of like going back to the traditional methods of distribution and then figuring out how to maintain your online presence. And are people going to continue to want to order online when the world is opening up again and we can actually go out and socialize a little more? So I think for us, it's been more of a test pilot in terms of our online presence, but we're seeing really good results. We haven't put our foot on the gas fully yet, because to Brandon's point again, we're now starting to see a lot of these opportunities opening up on premise, with hospitality groups coming back online, and everybody's now looking for ways to streamline the things behind the bar. So whether it's a pre-mixed cocktail, whether it's a pre-mixed ready to drink in a can. For our juices, we do virgin, so we do like mojito mixes, margarita mixes that eliminate a lot of those touch points behind the bar. So yeah, I think it's been a great year, in terms of just exploring new opportunities, right? And dealing with some of these challenges and seeing what's going to pan out.
Well, but you have like both ends of the spectrum, like get a juice cleanse and then like celebrate after. I'm a fan. I'm really a fan. Carlton, I'm curious to know, are you seeing this across portfolio brands that,
that
you're talking about?
I mean, for sure. I'd say the two altars that we worship are consumer behavior and valuation, right? So pre-COVID, we being in BevAlc for a while, we kind of looked at the landscape and said, okay, everybody's kind of going to market the same way. Let's try and get on-premise distribution, and let's try and leverage that on-premise distribution into being off-premise. And whenever a trade gets crowded like that, we tend to try and go the other way. So we were pretty heavily bought in to this idea of D2C, whether it's lowercase D2C or uppercase D2C. And the way we differentiate that is, some subsections of BevAlc can actually truly go direct to consumer. Some aspects of wine can do it legally. That's uppercase D2C. Lowercase D2C is just the consumer feels that they bought it from a brand and it came to them, even though it had to matriculate through the whole system. But in either event, we were a big believer on that, just because that's where consumer behavior was going. It's always been very interesting to us. Again, pre-COVID, the e-com penetration rate in BevAlc was under 2%. And then you juxtapose that to averages across other fast-moving consumer goods categories of like 15 to 20%. You go, okay, there's an order of magnitude change that has to happen here just to catch up. So this is probably where we should be playing. And then you have to decide how to go about playing that. And the other thing that really struck us was, also beverage alcohol happens to have higher basket charges than other consumer goods. So, if the fundamental hard part of e-commerce and D2C is the shipping cost being added to the transaction, and alcohol has basket sizes larger than average than other consumer goods, then it should follow that you just have a better penetration in bev alc. And you didn't. So we're like, okay, this is a place where we can make a bet that it's going to start to catch up. And COVID did a lot to close that gap. I still think there's a lot of room to run. And we kind of came at it from two ways. Platforms like Speakeasy, brands like Drinksmith that are oriented towards e-commerce. Coming out of it, I think everyone here is correct in that like omni-channel didn't go away. The toothpaste doesn't go back in the tube as far as e-commerce. People still like to use this to get a hold of whatever they want and have it delivered to their doorstep. But that also doesn't mean that the behavior is not going to change for a little while and have people kind of go out into the world, resume shopping, et cetera. So now we're just as focused on who's the best at integrating their digital world and their retail world, because no one grew that muscle. Before, everyone had a really great, in the real world muscle. And in the pandemic, the best brands developed a really good muscle to go direct to consumer. Now we're going to wait and see who's great at omnichannel. And that's where we think the valuation and the upside will lie.
Got it. Yeah, that's super fascinating to hear. I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about the creative process, which I feel like is very integral to sort of like spirits and alcohol brand category. And then the role of social, just knowing that a lot of your efforts have been, e-com or D2C focused. Curious to know, what does that process look like creatively? Are you guys leveraging creative agency partners, influencer partners to do, create content on their own at home, knowing the kind of state that we're in? What does that look like for you guys?
Yeah. I mean, you're not talking about product. You're just talking about marketing, right?
Marketing.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, curious to know about product too, but more specifically marketing for the room.
Yeah, I'll stick with marketing. Yeah. I mean, for us, we have influencers that back each product. So that was key for us. I feel like, a lot of other brands will kind of use influencers and it's like a one and done type of thing, or, they'll get a post on organic social and they'll kind of, be thinking that that's going to drive something for them. I think for us, we realized that organic social is really tough to get good traction on. It's hard to draw the line between, an influencer posting on their channel and how that impacts traffic to your site and sales. There's not great tools for that unless you have your influencers, on like an affiliate program where you can actually see people clicking through their link in their bio. What we really do, and I'm actually talking to influential, just coincidentally, but we like to partner with influencers, back them, get them to back our drinks. That's kind of like our version of a give back. It's not a version, it is a give back. They get paid on unit sales. So that's been, non-insignificant income for the team. And at this point, we have like almost 20 influencers and we get people applying every day. So we have this little funnel on our site where you can submit a drink and become a Drinksmith drink maker and get paid on your sales. But then we also have an affiliate program as well. But I think the biggest thing for us is using influencers as kind of like partner marketers. They get we get access to their Facebook accounts and go after their engagers with our ads. And then we use their content in our paid advertising, which is really where we see the most impact. Organic social, way less, paid advertising is really where, the bread and butter is. I think that's where it should be for any brand.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I mean, our experience is similar, certainly on the influencer side of things. We have kind of really three subsets of audiences that we work with. The B2B, promoting or selling to the actual retailer, that stayed pretty traditional. We use email marketing campaigns, we use social. we kind of reach them where they are and provide a solution. But when we work through some of our other products, we have a marketplace app and website, similar to some of the others called Bottle Rover. And so for that, we've really leveraged the influencer marketing tactic and really allowing them to showcase the whole shopping journey. So how they go about accessing Bottle Rover, whether it be through the app or the desktop version, they buy their products. And then we also leverage our relationships with the supplier brands in that influencer marketing as well. So we'll connect the influencer to our platform, as well as the brands that we're promoting on platform, by shipping out some bottles. So that influencer comes on, they have a very simple agenda. They get the bottles delivered from the platform, and then they create the cocktail experience at home with the end user. So we've had a lot of success with that. Just the leveraging of the two different audiences and bringing them together has been very helpful for us, and to show the actual journey, the consumer journey on how this new technology and how this new route works, and how convenient and easy it is as well. So that's definitely been a point we've put a lot of emphasis on and money behind throughout the US. But again, just really connecting the dots between our two audiences, that end consumer and the brands that we support on our platform.
Yeah, Corey, I mean, I was checking out even the website and some of the social pages, and it is very intuitive. It seems like a very intuitive consumer experience, which, I mean, least amount of resistance in getting to the end result is key for I know a lot of brands in this category. So that's
and Carlton mentioned it earlier. I mean, the end consumer, they want their product, and they want it to be a seamless experience. How they go about it, whether it has to suffice the 3-tier or your actual able to go direct to consumer, is their lesser concern, obviously, but making that look like a fluid experience, making that easy on them, that's always been our mission. So a lot of lifestyle, type marketing and experience type marketing on social. But again, really the key is connecting the product with the platform, and that seems to have really worked for us.
Awesome.
Yeah, for sure. I think with such a flurry of activity in this category now, and it feels like almost every day there's new brands coming to market, and whether it's coming from the big suppliers or startup entrepreneurs, you have to get really scrappy these days to capture the attention of somebody online. And I think to Brandon's point, there's becoming more of a distinction between like authenticity versus just kind of a pay to play sort of thing. We've always liked to think of our product as our currency. And, because we have a relatively limited budget compared to some of the other players, we have to get creative, and we have to truly get people to resonate with our product first and foremost before I think we look to explore anything further than that. So that's something that we're continually evaluating is, first of all, which type of channels do we want to pursue, and then trying to go even further than that and saying like, which groups of individuals or demographics do we want to try to target? We're investing in the golf industry right now because we just feel like that our product resonates really well with that community, and coming into summertime, it's all about being outdoors and having the convenience, and so really trying to approach whether it's platform partners such as like the call it the Thrillists of the world that have a large audience and following in like the food and beverage community, or targeting specific influencers, whether they're in sports or entertainment or music, and really trying to just find the champions for your brand, who are ultimately, everybody wants to get paid these days, there's no doubt about that. But first and foremost, I think you want to find individuals that truly resonate with your product versus someone who's just going to take it, do a little post or, sign a contract with you for a certain number of deliverables and then see you later. Right. So that's really the challenge for us these days is trying to, to allocate resources effectively, and especially because there's just so much activity surrounding us and surrounding all of us in this category in terms of trying to get the right messaging out.
100%. I was just about to ask, again, thinking about a lot of the major marketplaces for spirits and alcohol brands or services, like events, whether they're experiential events or, digital events. I was curious to know your appetite for that. It sounds like, definitely golf component. Zach, that's huge player, I want to say, in this space too. Are any of you guys looking at different events to tap into this year as they open up, I should say?
Yeah, so you mentioned kind of the digital event. This was kind of a byproduct of the pandemic, but it's really resonated with some of our retail partners beyond, and that is the virtual wine or spirits tasting. It was born out of necessity, as a lot of things are, but what they realized very quickly was they could get a lot more people in physically, virtually, into that space than they could their small wine shop. So they had to limit, a tasting on a Thursday evening to 20 members just because of space. Now they're having the ability to have wine tastings that sell out at a maximum capacity of 100 or 200 attendees. So for those, kind of digital experiences, that's something that was new. It was tested through the pandemic, but it's thrived since then as we come out the back end. So I think there's going to be a lot of situations similar to that. That's one just example of what we've seen.
I'll build on that. I think if you ask me, like, what's the one thing that surprised you the most going through the investing process over the last couple of years, and that is actually just how big the event space is. We call it the non-premise because it's not on-premise, it's not off-premise. And like, especially with from a very tactical level, like the amount of T&E from big corporate budgets that didn't get spent last year and that is going to get dumped back into culture building and this like acclimation of employees and folks at some of these places. Like we're pretty heavily invested in that space just because but like new ways of tackling that space, like we want to find the right way to serve the non-premise, and some of that might be through digital events. Some of that might be through packages that are easier for some of the small and medium-sized businesses rather than just the Fortune 500 to use. Some of it might be custom solutions for that for Fortune 500. And when you also kind of layer in some of the bigger in real life events coming back, some of the festivals, some of the conferences, et cetera, I think that's a space that brands and marketers should be very focused on, because we're focused on it, and we have money to deploy in that space.
Yeah, we're seeing that a lot too across like entertainment clients who couldn't do anything to promote films in studios or anything like that, and now are really going at it this year. I want to chat a little bit about, there's some questions that are rolling in. Someone's asking, what's been your most successful marketing program since you've launched? Most successful marketing program?
Lever program campaign. I mean, for us, it's been, with organic social being really tough for brands to get traction on, you have to look at, paid ways of doing that. There's various ways of kind of getting out on digital and driving traffic to your site. You can do affiliate, you can do, SEO, blogging. By and large, the quickest, fastest way to get scale and get traffic to your site is paid ads. Facebook, Google. You want traffic to your site, do paid ads. Facebook and Google will distribute your message and your images far better and far more than if you just posted on Instagram or put a blog up on your site. You need the traffic. That's the lifeblood. So that's the number one for us.
I think a lot of it too, we've seen a lot of success actually in contesting and giveaways, in aligning with some relatively large digital platforms and investing in effectively capturing their audience to drive traffic to your page, your Instagram page, your website, calls to action. I think we will continue to invest as much as we can in strategic giveaways. I think those are really, everybody's always interested in giving you their information in exchange for something, right? Now the one thing you find with those sometimes is how genuine is the giveaway. Is it something like, if we're a tequila company, we need to be making sure that we're aligning our messaging in the giveaway with something that hopefully is in line with our brand, like a trip to Mexico or something like that. Maybe not necessarily like a trip to the ski hill in Calgary in the middle of winter, although it's not a bad place to drink tequila. I think for us, we're seeing a lot of really good engagement when it comes to those sorts of channels. And so those are also pay to play opportunities because nobody is giving away their real estate for free. But I think that's something that we've seen a lot of success in.
Yeah, for us, as much as a campaign, it's kind of a business model decision that we made about a year ago. And we were kind of working on the details of how it would lay out and how it would appropriately work. And we launched it in April, and it's had immense success. But that is basically through our marketplace, Bottle Rover, just offering an always-on free delivery platform. Since the transactional model is not the way that we do business, a lot of the other marketplaces are going to take 10, 20% of the total order, or they're going to charge a flat delivery fee. We wanted to try to do something disruptive and different. And because our core competency allows for a subscription model and a monthly revenue stream, we were able to offset that delivery cost. So at bottlerover.com or on the Bottle Rover app, for all consumers, all shoppers, it is a free delivery charge all the time of any order over $35. So again, it's not a first order. It's not a certain amount off of the initial or the first two orders or any time limit set to it. So that model has really been intriguing and interesting to a lot of the mega suppliers that we've been speaking to. It's really helped us transition from them sending certain consumers to other platforms to our platform, knowing that their consumer at the end of the day is their audience, and then that's where their interest lies. And then obviously it allows us to absorb some of the market share of the other players while establishing new consumers as well. Everyone likes free. The free delivery model is not new. It's just being able to operate as always on free delivery, which is what we've been able to establish. And I mean, we've seen like I said, a pretty big spike in overall orders in the last 2 months because of it. So we're hoping that trend continues, always trying to tweak and poke holes in the system to see where those pitfalls may be. And so far, so good.
That's great to hear. A huge fan free, just from a consumer standpoint. I'll choose one food delivery app over another if there's free delivery. So I totally hear you in that way.
That's true.
I want to jump into another question before we run out of time. They're asking from a consumer perspective, are you guys engaging with brands differently this year? Are there any specific larger brands that you've been a huge fan of in their marketing programs, or just in general as consumers? How are you guys engaging with brands that you favor out there?
I'm engaging with them on Instagram. I'm swiping through, I'm clicking on their ads, then I'm going to Facebook ads library. I'm looking at what kind of content. I mean, there's a lot of great brands out there on D2C that I think are, interesting to follow. Magic Spoon, is one of mine. Oatly, I love their marketing. They're creative. They have this one commercial with the two kids that are they're talking out while they're throwing out the trash, and they're complaining about how their parents still drink milk. It's pretty funny. You should look it up. Anyways, those are mine.
Nice. Carlton.
I kind of similar to Brendan. I try and look at ads that aren't in Bev Alc or traditional beverage, since that's where I kind of look at them more critically. I'm a complete sucker for most subscription boxes on anything. Those get me pretty good. If I don't have to if I can find ways to waste money on gear that I don't need and it comes in a monthly format, that's a really good way to go ahead and get me. I like some of the stuff as grocery is also moving online. So similar to what Brendan said as well, looking at how some of the food companies are handling this transition from 90% of people shopping in the grocery store to all of a sudden the majority not for a period of time. That caught my eye as well.
Copy that. Zach?
Yeah, I'd say I'm follow suit with Carlton. I feel like the algorithms are getting better and better by the day. So they're just really able to to target you specifically with certain things and ultimately convince you to purchase something that you might not need. So, I've obviously been very much in tune with the golf industry, and you're seeing a lot of really cool kind of like lifestyle brands popping up in the golf world that have some pretty good e-commerce programs. One of them is called Melbourne Golf. They've really done a good job, I think, catering to the type of audience that is interested in the game. It might not necessarily be like an avid golf player, like a player, but someone who wants to get into it, and then they're the one who's introducing you to it and getting you to buy their merchandise, getting you to buy their apparel, their hats, their golf shoes and those sorts of things. And I think they've, groups like that are doing a really good job now, just really attacking the right type of consumer. And then hopefully what you're doing now is developing someone like myself into a repeat buyer. And I think so. What you're going to see now is in the Bev Alc space, hopefully with the online movement, it's going to be a similar trend where you can effectively create products that are giving customers the opportunity to develop a bit of a relationship with.
That's awesome. I share the same sentiment. I am a D2C marketer's dream. I'm an Instagram ad person's dream in general. And if I could do it in a way that doesn't make me have to, run errands across the town, and I can do it in ease of an app, I'm here for it. So I applaud all of you for your efforts, and super excited to see more to come, especially as summer is right around the corner. And I have several weddings and bachelorettes to plan for. So alcohol will definitely be on the mind. Thank you guys so much for the time today.
Pleasure to meet. Thanks for having us on.
Hello, everybody.
Thanks, Zach. Thanks, Carlton. Thanks, Corey. Thanks.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you. That panel definitely made me wish it was 5 o'clock here. So makes me excited to introduce our next speakers. Jolene Abbott, the SVP and Head of Global Marketing and E-commerce at Ember Technologies, and Joe LaSelva, Head of Partnerships and Business Development at Perpetua. Welcome.
Hi.
Jolene, how are you?
Hi, I'm great. Hi, Izzy.
Thanks for joining us. I think we're just waiting for Joe to pop in.
All good.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Hello.
Hey, Joe.
How's it going?
Good. Going well.
Cool. All right. So should we just jump right into it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, cool. I'm definitely going to want to get much more into your story and Ember's story. So why don't I give a quick background on myself first. I'll introduce myself. So I'm Joe. I lead partnerships and business development at Perpetua. Perpetua is a software company for retail media. Basically, our goal is to provide an optimization and enablement tool so that anyone, whether it's a brand direct or a media agency or just an online seller who's managing retail media across multiple marketplaces, can do so very effectively and efficiently through Perpetua software. Prior to joining Perpetua, my world was retail development at Procter & Gamble, and then Ecobee, which is a smart thermostat and smart home company now. And so I do have quite a bit of experience in building retailer relationships, either existing ones or fostering new ones. And I think that'll definitely come up in our discussion today. But enough about me. So Jolene, I guess I'm going to call you Jolene, because if I say Joe and then you call me Joe, it's going to get really confusing quickly.
It's gonna get weird.
So I'll go with Jolene, but why don't you introduce yourself and Ember as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So hi, everybody who's on. I'm Jolene Abbott. I am our SVP and Head of Global Marketing at Ember. And I'll start with a little bit of my background. I've been at Ember for going on 4 years. So I was employee, I think, 31. And started when we were just really building out the marketing team and building out the brand. And it was really exciting. And I came over, my background is I kind of grew up, so to speak, cutting my chops on the agency side, working in PR marketing agencies, and worked across the gamut with a lot of different brands. I was a generalist and worked everything, from luxury automotive to design to startups to CPG. So really got just an enormous breadth of experience working with different companies, and then ended up going in-house and worked over at Skechers, building out their performance division, which was really exciting. Got to work with a lot of athletes and traveled a lot. And I was on the last panel, they were mentioning golf. I had the pleasure of going to many golf tournaments. And then I wanted to change course again. And after kind of working at an in-house at a very large, like in a multi-billion-dollar global brand, I wanted to go the complete opposite direction and join a startup. And I wanted to see how you build it from the ground up. And I mean, it's been so exciting. I definitely got what I asked for, and had those, very kind of true, typical startup moments where you're, working very late in the office, but you're collaborating and you're building something and, getting ready to relaunch a website, at midnight before the next day. And really just, loved every moment of it. So we have grown rapidly, and Ember is essentially, we're a temperature control brand, a design-led temperature control brand. And what that means is we take a design focus with every single product that we build, and ensuring that it is absolutely beautiful and timeless, but also highly functional. Our products are very high tech and sophisticated, but you wouldn't know that initially from looking at them. And that was all highly intentional design. And right now we have the Ember coffee mug and travel mug in the market. So for all of you coffee and tea drinkers, I never want to leave the tea drinkers out, but I'm a big coffee drinker. We created a mug that lets you set the perfect drinking temperature so your coffee never gets cold. So you never have to run to the microwave again. You're not reheating your coffee, and then you can set the temperature that you prefer. So there's really this, deep kind of personalization, which is really nice. And as you use an Ember, it's fun because it's nobody knows what their drinking temperature is unless you've had an Ember. Why would you? Unless you are, a coffee aficionado and you really understand brew temp and things like that. But the average person doesn't know what that means until you get an Ember product, which allows you to really customize and personalize. And I kind of think back a little bit to when Nest launched, people started really thinking about how important temperature is in your world and in your environment, and having that precise control down to the degree does make a difference. And so it's very similar with Ember. People start to get really excited when you can understand the difference between 135 and 137 degrees. So so that when we're booming right now, it's a lot of fun.
That's awesome. And as I mentioned prior to Perpetua, I was at Ecobee, another thermostat company. And so design-led temperature control rings a bell, but it sounds like a very broad and meaty brand value. I know you mentioned the mugs, but how do you even think about that very big statement in terms of your go-to-market plan, and then also anything you can share about what might be upcoming for Ember?
Yeah, absolutely. Ember the company was built very broad on a broad idea of temperature control. And if you think about it, even if you look around your home or your kitchen, or, you can start to imagine all of the different categories that temperature control can start to play. So, beyond the coffee mugs, we're looking at, all kind of, all dishware, dinner plates, dinner bowls, soup bowls, other drinkware, cooling technology for all beverages. So it's really exciting. We have some fun stuff underway. We'll be launching a few new products this fall, and then new categories. We've been working on the Ember baby bottle, and that's, I think, going to be really exciting. So that's been in development, and can't share too much about that right now, but I think that's going to be a massive game changer for parents. And then on the other side of the company is really exploring how Ember's cooling temperature control technology can help in healthcare, and how can Ember help to revolutionize the cold chain and transport temperature sensitive medicines much more efficiently. So a lot going on.
Very topical. Yeah. Indeed. Okay, so I'm going to jump into some more specific questions on kind of your viewpoints and the work that you're doing every day. I want to make sure everyone's aware as well. I've got the Q&A open. If anyone's dropping in any questions, we're going to save the last 10 or so minutes to go after those, in case you're just joining now and haven't heard that already. So for everyone on, feel free to use the Q&A. But let's get into it. So you lead global marketing and e-commerce for Ember. And over the last few years, those worlds have obviously fused quite a bit more than they ever had in the past. Tell me kind of how that's come to life for Ember and kind of your perspective on how that's fused for you.
Yeah, so I mean, from kind of the beginning, when we were especially a small team, we've always had, kind of e-commerce and marketing go hand in hand and roll into the same team. And I know that many companies do it differently, and it's definitely a discussion of kind of where that department sits. And for us, it's always just made sense because being an early, a startup at the time too, wanting to be very, very nimble, and how do you make decisions so quickly, from getting the creative developed to getting the website done, to getting the ads. For us, it allowed us to work very fast. And also so the entire team is connected and aware of what's happening. I think sometimes when departments get so siloed out and you get bigger, it becomes really challenging to communicate what's happening. And especially in the world of digital marketing and testing creative and seeing what works and what's moving the needle on your e-commerce platforms is so critical. For us, it just made a lot of sense to kind of have everything all under one umbrella, and it's worked really well.
Awesome. And I know one big part of it would be that with your own site and your own marketing channels, you've got full control of your brand story. For the rest of e-commerce, other marketplaces, and then other retailers as well, you don't necessarily have full control. Do you have any kind of tips, best practices, or watch outs for anyone in terms of how they can best tell their brand story where they don't necessarily fully control the messaging?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, we definitely, when we started really pushing a little bit more into retail, and especially doing these big, fantastic partnerships. And just to back up a little bit, we first launched Ember, in addition to our e-commerce and Amazon, we also initially launched with Starbucks, it made a lot of sense for the brand, obviously being a coffee product. Starbucks has just incredible, nationwide brand. So that was very intentional, and we were extremely thoughtful of how we wanted to roll out the retail strategy, looking at what partners made the most sense for a product like Ember. We are a premium brand. We are a technology product, and so the second kind of, in addition to Best Buy, another big partner that really kind of put Ember on the map was launching with Apple, and we had that, our eyes on Apple for a long time. They're best in class technology company, and they are also global. And so that was a big moment for us, because when we did partner with Apple, it brought us worldwide, literally overnight. It was kind of like the next day we went from, North America to 27 countries. So, and I think it's just important to look at your customer and look at where you're at, and also resources. I think that was a big learning. I think, as you're moving into retail and expanding beyond your direct to consumer, are you fully resourced to deliver on what the retailer needs? And the retailers are fantastic partners. And I really think it's important to have a balance, and it's worked really well for Ember. But, do you have the enough marketing spend to support awareness within those channels? Do you have enough spend for displays? Are those displays going to be seasonal, or are they evergreen in store? Making sure that there's good product market fit for the customer. Maybe you don't need to be in every single store chain wide. Maybe it makes sense to launch with a few stores. And do you need more staff to really manage those relationships? So I think it's exciting when a retailer might come knocking, especially for some of these brands. And I think it's important just to look at the whole life cycle and think beyond the launch. And how are you going to really create a long-standing brand and be a good partner? And so just make sure, my advice there is for the team to, really look through every single piece and make sure that you as the on the product side are fully resourced.
Yeah, I would imagine, and definitely, I'd imagine a lot of the people listening in are digitally native marketers or 100% digital marketers, and then that opens up a very new world. But in a way, certainly you're still marketing to your consumer, just finding them in a different place. Is there anything that you would, say is top of the list that, hey, if you're going to be marketing to someone through a channel that you certainly don't own in any way, of, you mentioned displays and some other things, anything that's like really top of your list?
Yeah, I mean, I think one learning that we had was, when other retailers start competing in the same space and digitally, you start competing against the same keywords. And so I think that was a really quick kind of early learning that we had with one of our partners, is just to have a simple conversation and set some guardrails of what keywords to bid on, because it wasn't benefiting either one of us to be driving those keywords, the price of those keywords up. And so we just laid out, a strategy, and it was, a quick phone call, and it was easy and simple. But I think that's a very good learning, especially when you start expand with retailers, is to make sure that you do have kind of just some parameters in place, as because obviously they want to drive your product at their stores, and you're doing the same thing. So you do start becoming competitive. But I think there's plenty of room out there in the space for you just to complement each other versus compete. Yeah, for sure. And so, I mean, almost a little bit of a side question. Do you think that it ever maybe makes sense that it's too conflicting with your own site strategy, where to expand to more marketplaces or more retailers maybe hurts your brand? Or do you think that generally they're all enabling, as long as you find the right way to build those complementary strategies? Yeah, I think, and that's a good question. I think it's important to really, for us, we are such a brand-centric company, and it's really important for us to protect our brand. And so with that, I think just make sure the retailers are a good fit for you. Make sure it works both ways, versus just, this is exciting, we're going to get massive distribution, but does it make sense for your brand? Does it fit within your brand values and your customer? And I think really just take a hard look at making sure, like, if you are, premium brand, maybe there's certain retailers that make more sense, or if you're tech focused brand. And then over time, as you get more broad awareness, that strategy changes, and you evaluate over time. But the way that I look at it personally, and that we've approached it, is just, I really believe in meeting your customers where they want to shop. And, I love shopping on Amazon, and some brands I go direct. It's interesting how it's very different, but, you may have all your information saved. It's one click. It's so easy. Or maybe you have rewards at, like a Target or a Best Buy or something like that. So you really like to stick with that one retailer. And so by not being in some of those spaces, if it makes sense for you, you're limiting an enormous kind of pool of people. And the other thing is, retailers are fantastic kind of billboards. Or we if you're walking through, I know I'll peruse a Target for forever when we got back in stores. It's a fun experience to kind of see what's out there. And so having a product on shelf and letting people have that like kind of tactile moment and really see it in person creates this kind of mini like in-person billboards. So there's a lot of kind of other benefits that people may not be thinking about when they're looking at their retail strategy versus DTC. And again, I think they just complement each other, as long as you're making sure that those partners align with your brand values and brand ethos.
I can definitely say that I'm a sucker for the sunk cost fallacy when it comes to any form of membership that I have as an Amazon Prime member. I might be one of those few people that spends time figuring out my Amazon Prime membership spread out across every order that I make to get to the lowest cost per order. Prime membership cost per order, I definitely fall into that bucket. So I certainly know what you mean by just getting in front of your shoppers wherever they want to be and wherever they prefer shopping.
That's funny. I'd love to see that spreadsheet. It's also time. You can't underestimate, the value of your time, especially I'm in LA. So sometimes getting to a store can take errands can take up half a morning pretty easily.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, cool. What channels just generally is Ember most bullish on, and what are you testing out, and how's it working out?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so originally we have really focused on, paid social, paid search, really, because we're very, very KPI driven. But we have been, I think it's important for brands to also create a kind of a bucket to start testing with and really exploring other avenues. And the way that I've looked at it is kind of not unlike your investment portfolio, is you want to diversify. You don't want everything, all your eggs in one basket. You really want to diversify and test things out. And so one that's been a little bit surprising is we started testing direct mail. And originally, as a kind of tech focused brand, it didn't initially cross our mind, to be honest. It wasn't high on our radar. And then we tested it out and the results were fantastic. And especially now, the sophistication, you get this with the sophistication with these partners, you get the opportunity to create this like beautiful branded piece of collateral, which really can tell the story, and you can show your whole collection and show it in different environments and something that you can kind of hold and feel. And you get that experience coupled with the sophistication of data and customer segmentation and audience segmentation. So it's come a long way. So that was, I would say, pretty surprising for us, and we were really happy with the results, and something that we're continuing to lean in more and more and more, and kind of growing that category. So that was a fun one, and something that was pretty unexpected.
Yeah, I definitely, I love the breath of fresh air. I'm shocked to not hear the word talk or something similar when it's a channel that a tech forward company is most bullish on. I just can't believe it didn't come up.
Yeah, TikTok, that is always the go-to, right? I hear that all the time. I think it is, I mean, for a reason, right? There's an enormous audience, and a lot of brands are having huge success on TikTok. And I think, and we're also looking at it. I think for us, the way, at least, that we've approached it is, it's important just to make sure that you understand the platform very, very well. And then when you do start, kind of doing paid on those new channels, is how is your product going to show up? Does it make sense? Are you going to just feel like a kind of forced ad within the platform, or are you going to be fully integrated? And I think it's extremely important for brands to take a step back and make sure that you understand how the audience receives content and what works and what doesn't work, versus just kind of jumping on the bandwagon because everyone's talking about it, it's really exciting, and then all of a sudden you're doing ads on TikTok and you're maybe not seeing the results, or it could even backfire if it's coming off super inauthentic. And kind of that's the worst case scenario, right? So yeah, I mean, we're looking at it, but I think we, truth be told, we just still have, not only kind of just some homework to make sure, like, how do we personally, how does Ember want to show up on that platform and be authentic and have it make sense for us? And so we're doing a little bit more homework there, and before we launch. But you're right. It's
awesome.
Definitely the buzzword.
Exactly, right. So retail media is kind of like a buzzword. It's growing pretty rapidly. I think everybody, early days, it was Amazon advertising was the extent of retail media. And now there's so many other channels, Walmart and Target and other tech partners that are enabling retailers as well to be able to start advertising on their site that they couldn't ever do before. How does kind of retail media fit into Ember's overall marketing mix? And do you have any kind of predictions or thoughts on how it will progress in the future?
Yeah, I mean, it's really smart and efficient. Why not use kind of these tools out there like Criteo, to kind of build your product present on your retailers' PDP pages? I think for us, it's just looking at making sure that we have a really solid foundation. So are your PDP pages fully optimized? Do you have enhanced content? Making sure that everything's kind of in a really good place before then you're putting additional spend into promoting people to your page. So that's where we're at right now. But I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think the retail partnerships are so important, and they know their customer a lot better than I do. And and they're, meaningfully enormous brands. And so I think for us, it's definitely something that we're planning on doing, and it makes a lot of sense for the growth of those markets. But right now, just making sure that right now we have kind of the experience when you land on that product page pretty flawless before we start investing additional spend. But definitely something we're looking at.
Cool. Awesome. Well, I mean, is there any other, we'll quickly get into the Q&A portion here as well, which I can start sharing. But any other general kind of thoughts, advice, words of wisdom that you'd want to share from everything you talked about then?
Let's see. I mean, I think I've covered a lot of it. Just like the learnings we've had is just, don't be afraid to ask questions. I get, like, going back to the kind of that retail conversation, they also want you to be successful. So ask questions, ask what works in the past, how they launch launch new products. I mean, they know what works, and really just see them as a partner. The other one I think I already mentioned, but have that little test bucket of marketing spend so you can test and try things out. We did that initially when we launched on Pinterest. We weren't sure if that was the right space initially, and we started putting some spend there as just testing, and that's also becoming very successful. And Pinterest is massive, and I personally love Pinterest. That's probably why we wanted to push that through, but it made a lot of sense. But you have to be able to have a little flexibility, and as kind of marketers, your great ally is the CFO at your company, so make sure to make friends with them over there to get a little bit more flexibility on budgets. But
I was going to say the test budget is always a tough or a finicky one, at least, where you're not necessarily putting anything concrete behind it. You want to be able to say if it works, we're going to scale at this rate, but a lot of that's also unknown as well. Any really helpful tips or potentially things to avoid if you're trying to really sell a test budget?
That's a good question. I mean, gosh, nothing. I mean, I think it can be a tough sell, but the other thing is it comes back to diversification, right? And we're seeing all of these changes with the new iOS 14, and so I think you need to be balanced out, and you just won't know until you try it. You just won't know if it fits. Yes, you can do a lot of homework. You can have some good data, some you want to make sure you're testing with some education behind what you're doing, and there's a lot of information out there. For example, like even with the mailer, like I was talking to just other marketers, and that's why platforms like this are so helpful. Like reach out to your network, talk to people, see what's working for other brands that are maybe like-minded and not competitive, but like-minded, and don't be afraid to talk to other marketers. I do it all the time. It is so helpful. I'm just like, hey, like what works for you? What creative agency are you using for your OTT campaigns, and how are they? I think we forget to do that. Sometimes we just get so busy, and you kind of your head down and you're doing all the work, and then you realize there's a massive network of marketers who have probably done it before, and they made all the mistakes ahead of you. So why not learn from them? And I think that's why communities like Brand Innovators are so helpful for marketers in these panels, because I know I've gotten so much information. In fact, when I was on, I mentioned I was looking to go into OTT or CTV, and got some wonderful referrals right out of the gate. So don't be afraid to use your network.
OTT is a buzzy one. It's an interesting one I always find, because the majority of brands that are really investing heavily into it, or at least testing it, are not brands that have historically invested in linear TV. And so there's a lot of learning happening. Where are you guys investing right now? Is there anything that's working really well OTT wise?
We haven't started yet. It's something that we're looking at for holiday in Q4. So right now we're kind of in the information gathering, selecting the right partners, who we want to work with to launch. But yeah, you're right. There's a lot to learn, and I think it's another like really smart place for us to be playing right now. But we're not quite there yet. It's going to be a holiday launch, so you can keep your eyes out for.
Yeah, fair enough. That's it's certainly a much longer planning time frame than more traditional display or even paid search ads that can just be
absolutely.
Basically on a whim. Well, great. Well, what about, one question I had as well was, is there anything that, you guys have grown pretty rapidly. You mentioned you were right around number 30, I think, when you joined. Is there anything that worked really well, or that you did when you were a company of that size, that either just doesn't scale, doesn't work now, or you've realized that, hey, we thought this was something that was great for our company when we were 30 to 50 people, and now that we're significantly bigger, it's not necessarily so great?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think so. One of our brand kind of superpowers is our PR, our earned media. And I think in a lot of these conversations, we get so focused on digital, rightfully so, which makes sense. But I think it's important to always look at the entire the entire marketing category, brand marketing, earned media and PR, as well as digital. So I made the decision to build that team in-house. Most people go the agency route, and it makes sense. I think when you're early stages, you don't have the resources to hire a lot of headcount, but also that being my kind of early career background, I knew how important it was to really, especially as a new brand, to really control that brand messaging and the brand storytelling. We brought that team in, we launched with that team in-house, and it has been incredibly successful. It's, as you can imagine, getting a lot of earned media and organic traffic to your website also makes your digital marketing agencies very, very happy. And so they both go hand in hand, but I think that sometimes we separate, again, kind of going back to the earlier siloed comment, I think we separate teams a little bit too much. And for us, it's just worked really well. Like our PR team knows exactly, what emails are going out and when, and we're very kind of tight knit group. So that one I think has been really, really successful for us. Agencies are incredible. They like kind of adding like kind of fuel to the fire. There's just so much knowledge and resources. But sometimes it makes sense to kind of have that team a little bit closer to the brand. So
yeah, awesome. Okay, well, why don't we get into some Q&A here as well from some of the things that we've talked about, and see where these questions go. So one here is around investing in headcount and priorities. So just generally, kind of, you were thinking about growing a team, if it's only one or a few people on a marketing team right now, where do you think the biggest priorities are in terms of hiring and headcount?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what we've done is, we've worked with we've outsourced until we needed to bring it in-house is really kind of the simple way to put it. I think, Ember right now with our current temperature control mug, we're a very seasonal brand. We kind of spike in the winter, which makes sense with hot beverages, and then also the holiday for gifting. And so working with partners and having that flexibility with agencies just made a lot of sense. So we needed, we didn't need that full-time support at the time in those earlier years. But now that we've gotten bigger and a little bit busier, I'm starting to see roles that now warrant a full-time headcount. And so I think it's just a matter of just knowing your business and seeing like where it's time, where you have the time to build in a full-time person. So we actually have quite a few open positions. We are growing, so feel free to check out our website if anyone's looking. We have some across the whole company, all the way, from engineering and R&D over to marketing. We have a few digital marketing roles open and a few more coming up as well. So yeah, I think, I like to be very smart about hiring and not hiring too fast. I don't believe in over hiring too quickly. And getting kind of, too bloated of teams, especially when you're a younger brand, your priorities can change. So something that might make a lot of sense today, your company, the company kind of could go in a different direction. Then you're like, oh shoot, now actually, what, we really needed this role instead. And so I think it's just important to be kind of really smart and make sure that you're hiring not just for today, but what are the business needs a year from now or 2 years from now or 3 years from, down the road.
Got it. We have another question here. So when you started out, how did you identify digital agency partners?
That's a good one. Just honestly, a lot of interviewing. We just met with agencies, had some referrals from a couple of folks on our team who had previous relationships, and just a lot of interviewing. It is, it's a time-consuming process, but it's so important. It's so important. And that's even going back to the CTV conversation. That's why we're starting now. We're not looking to launch until holiday, but I'm starting now because I know it is a time-consuming process to vet all the different agencies, find the one that's the right fit for you, onboard them, and then you go into kind of, building the strategy and the content. So I would say, again, it's kind of similar to hiring, like just plan lead time and ask your network. Word of mouth is the single best way to find a partner by far.
Can't argue with that. Hearing it from a marketer as well. The word of mouth is so impactful.
Yeah.
And here's another question. So e-commerce platform specific teams. So kind of like the way that you have your e-commerce teams and your marketing team. So you mentioned earlier on that they were kind of put together. How do they kind of sit below you is, do you have specific teams for each e-commerce retailer, or do they work on the same teams as marketing? Are they almost like pods?
It's all really kind of all under, so we have our kind of the way that we have it split, we have kind of our digital marketing, which e-commerce types it goes under, and then we also have our brand marketing, which PR and events all falls under. So it's kind of split that way. And then right now we just have some great jack of all trades where we have someone who does our graphic design, who happens to be brilliant at kind of like managing the website. So he does a lot of roles, but we are actually right now I'm hiring a VP of digital marketing and e-commerce to really help build that team out. But like I said, we're pretty integrated, and it's just split that way. And then we have under the brand side, we have all of our brand marketing, retail marketing, and then PR, events, and organic social. And that's kind of the divide there. But
got it.
Did I answer the question?
Yeah. You mentioned when you got into the Apple stores that you went from being a US or North American based company to all of a sudden being in many countries. Yeah. I think the number you said was 27. It doesn't say it here. Yep. What did you learn? Is there anything to share with the group that as you're expanding away from North America that needs to be front of mind as to how you approach everything, but I guess marketing?
Yeah. I mean, that was an incredible time. We did a kind of a big press tour and launch over in China, and went to Beijing and Hong Kong and Singapore, and really to bring the Ember brand to life and meet with the media. I think, it goes back to similar to when you're expanding with retailers, is just really take a look at all the holistic, like all resources needed. We found a great PR agency in the UK, for example, that is still a fantastic partner. We've been with them since we launched globally, and again, bring them on seasonally. So when we need that extra support going into the big holiday rush, they come on board, they know our brand, they know our products, and they're a fantastic partner. And then you'll slowly need to build, teams locally. I think that's so critical. Right now I work on all the time zones. So early calls in the morning with Europe, and late calls with Asia in the evening. And that can be challenging. And also when people are waiting on information, I think it's so important that you start looking at least getting a head count, some sort of sales and marketing head count locally, and making sure to kind of plan properly for that, especially if you're going to expand with other retailers. And then they can also help manage the agencies. But gosh, to be honest, I think we might need a whole nother session for learning internationally, which I'd be happy to do. I mean, it's a big one.
It seems like a pretty meaty topic to start building product in another continent. Kind of on the flip side of that, another question was around the idea of America generally opening up quite a bit right now. Are there any things that worked really well during that time of COVID, and maybe either aren't working as well right now, or you're now starting to see things that didn't work at that time work really well?
I mean, yeah, that's a good question. For Ember, we had a great product for COVID. And so I think some brands, just fared better than others because our product worked really well in that environment. So, when everyone started working from home initially, having, and making coffee at home and not going to the office and not going to the coffee shop, we were kind of right there. And I feel like it was a stressful time, right, for everybody. And I feel like some of us, at least myself included, I had to get a whole new office set up, and I was, got a new desk that I had to, stuff into my bedroom and get creative. And sometimes some of us were looking for these kind of little luxuries, and Ember fell right into that. It's just like a small thing that you could kind of treat yourself with when you're working from home. Everything's changing, and it really does provide this small little moment of kind of joy. And I will give full credit to our PR team, who moved extremely fast on that work from home messaging before it was kind of that the COVID buzzword. Mm-hmm. And Ember was listed in all of the kind of like the work from home PR press roundups very, very early. And we switched all of our marketing messaging, even when Ember was still in the office. We were watching all the other companies. We were looking at the big brands like Netflix and things like that out here in California, starting to shift work from home. And so I give the team full credit on that. And I think that was that really helped Ember get kind of out of the gate fast. Like a lot of DTC brands, we saw just record growth and we could not keep up with the demand, which is very exciting. I do think it's starting to level out a little bit as retailers are opening. And so just make sure to take a look at that strategy. I don't think we're going to fully anniversary the digital boom that we had last year. I think it's going to still be strong, but I don't think it's going to be kind of a full anniversary of what happened last year. And so just making sure that you adjust budgets, adjust, forecasts for your e-commerce appropriately to make room for that kind of settling down phase a little bit.
Yeah, totally makes sense. Well, this has been great. I feel like I've learned a ton just by asking. And I imagine that the broader group has also learned a ton. And it seems like Ember just in general is doing some pretty incredible things marketing wise. And I'm excited to see new products and excited to see it in more and more countries as well.
Thanks, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you both, Jolene and Joe. This was a really great conversation. And it was so interesting to hear about the growth of Ember and the different avenues of marketing that you're really finding impactful for the brand. So thank you both for your time.
Thanks so much. Bye, Izzy. Bye, Joe.
Sure.
So next up, I'm happy to introduce Ben DeCastro, the VP of Marketing at Eargo, and Robert Wallace, Partner and VP of Corporate Development at Tallwave. Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? Thanks for being here.
Good to see you again.
You too. Ben, I think just waiting for your camera. There he is.
How are you? Hi, Ben.
I'm good. How are you doing?
I am good. Good. Thanks for participating today.
My pleasure.
Awesome. Well, as Izzy mentioned, I'm Robert Wallace. I'm a partner at Tallwave. We're a customer experience design company. And I have the distinct pleasure of having a great conversation today with Ben DeCastro at Eargo. I'll give him a moment to introduce himself and talk a little bit about his background, but it's a pretty cool company for a hearing aid that, my family has a long history of folks that have the need for hearing aids. So I no doubt I'm going to probably need them too somewhere down the line. So I'm excited that there are cool brands like Eargo that are doing really amazing stuff around the customer experience and the product. But why don't we just jump right in, Ben, and just talk to us for a couple minutes about your background and what you've been up to.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Robert. So I've been a marketer for 25 years, mostly direct-to-consumer brands, creating and growing them. I think the biggest brand I've ever created was ING Direct, which started in the late 90s, and we started it in Canada. I'm Canadian A. So we started that in the late 90s in Canada. We took that to 9 countries around the globe, including the United States. We turned that into a $60 billion bank in less than 10 years, which unfortunately the financial crisis kind of ate it up. But aside from that, it was a tremendously successful bank and a tremendously successful brand. And the key to it was we were trying to change the paradigm at the time. I mean, if you think back to the late 90s or the 2000s, nobody was doing online banking. Nobody was doing direct banking. You always went to your branch. And we're trying to change that whole mindset. And today, who the hell goes into a branch?
Right.
It's like nobody. But it took a while for that to change. And I was proud of what we were able to achieve there.
No doubt.
Another great brand that I've created was Kobo. Kobo is the second largest e-reading company in the world, behind Kindle. No one in the U.S. should have heard of Kobo because we decided I think it was 2011 to go after the rest of the world and leave Kindle. Already had a big market share here. Leave that to Kindle. So if you go everywhere else in the world, everyone's heard of Kobo, but less so in the U.S. And that was also started out of Toronto. And then I was brought to Eargo to kind of do the same thing. Again, change the paradigm. With Kobo, it was changing the paradigm from the written book to the actual e-book. And we're trying to do that now with hearing aids. And, hearing aids, when I first heard it, I was like, hearing aids? those old ugly things behind the ear. But then I saw the Kobo technology. It's so small, it fits inside your ear, you can't even see it.
Yeah.
But beyond that is changing the business model. Because right now, the process for getting a hearing aid is unfortunately an injustice to the consumer. The way it is today is you're dragged kicking and screaming into a hearing professional's office, and they're going to look at you and they're going to treat you like a sick patient. Now imagine if you had glasses, you went to your optometrist, and your optometrist said, you know what, Robert, you're sick, you need glasses. You'd be like, excuse me?
That's right.
Just give me the prescription, all right? But that's the way it's kind of treated today, and it's not. I mean, you should just be able to go buy hearing aids, put it in your ear, and you're good. And so what we're trying to do is basically democratize the whole industry, and really bring hearing to the masses. And it's a big issue. It's one of the biggest health issues. It's the third biggest health issue hitting the United States, right behind our heart disease and arthritis. There are 50 million people in this country with hearing loss. 50 million. And that number is growing dramatically by the day. And there's 500 million in the world. And that number, I think the WHO estimates by the year 2040 or 2050, there's going to be 1 billion people in the world with hearing loss. It's growing fast. And why? Because of this. Because we're listening to things at unsafe levels and destroying our hearing. And so ergo, our mission in life is to help people hear. And hopefully you'll never use our product. That would be the number one beautiful thing. But if you do, you don't need to change your lifestyle. You can continue being the wonderful person that you are. Continue living that wonderful life that you have. Just put in a set of eargos and keep living. And that's what I've been here doing.
Well, man, it's pretty exciting, and you think about of the age where there's sort of a weird stigma around hearing aids, and there shouldn't be. And usually it's because they were big devices that were very visible. And now you have these products that you don't even know are there. And I think that's really empowering to a lot of people. And that goes beyond just the overall performance of the product. So I think it's really cool what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So you've hit on a couple cool topics, and you talk about your background. You've worked for communications companies, FinServ companies, you've sold digital books, media, and now you're in hearing aids. I've had a similar background where I've gone from shoes to farming equipment, and for example, and to me, what's the common thread? It all has to do with the brand for me. But I'm curious, how do you think about the common threads that you've learned throughout those, or how do you view them as different industries or the same industries, or how would you think about the common thread among all of those, your varied background?
Yeah. I mean, for me, the key to D2C is brand awareness. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt brand awareness. If everyone knows your brand, then that's half the battle. But in a D2C that operates differently, where you eat what you kill, it's a lot tougher, because you're given a marketing budget, but then you're saying you have to have this much acquisition associated with it. So where is there money to do brand awareness? Now you can do brand and acquisition at the same time, but it takes a lot longer to achieve that brand awareness. And for me, that magical number of brand awareness where things start to really churn for a company is around 30%. After that, you become what I like to say a quasi household name. Like basically, when someone brings you up in conversation, most people say, "Oh yeah, I've heard of them," right? And that's half the battle.
And you're saying 30% of people would have that recollection.
Yeah. Aided awareness. If you can get the 30% aided awareness, I think you're in good, strong territory. And so for a DTC, it's how fast you can get there is key to your success.
Yeah.
But another piece of that success is understanding your customer. It's not just putting out advertising or putting out SEM advertising if everyone's looking for a hearing aid or whatnot. You really have to know your customer. And for the bank, it was very, very different. We had to really understand who our customer was. And even for books, I mean, we did a huge study at Kobo that looked at customer segmentation, and we built 7 consumer profiles. Because when I showed up, who's our target customer? They would say, well, everybody can read. I was like, that's not a target. Yeah, we need a target. we broke up the world into 7 consumer profiles, and we chose 2 that had the highest propensity to go with Kobo. And we introduced all these profiles and the 2 in particular targets to the whole company, and it changed the whole company. I mean, product development was not using them and developing products for those 2 profiles and what they loved, and our media agencies were using them, and PR agencies were using it. So understanding your client, who they are, how they consume media, what they consume, what media they consume, and then how to talk to them properly in the language that they understand. Because you can't talk to a Gen X or a Gen Z or a millennial the same way you talk to a boomer, right? They're different languages, especially when it comes to digital. So understanding the consumer. And then once you understand that, tailor make your communications to that consumer. I think that's another key learning for me that going across industries has held true.
Yeah, I really love that. When we spoke getting ready for this, you mentioned the idea of it really stood out to me that it's not just the media or the medium that might be the same across customer segments, but how you're talking to them and how you're speaking to them is so important. So social media for one demographic just simply isn't the same as it is for another demographic, how they interact with it, even down to our phones. And I thought that was fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, especially with boomers. Yes, boomers are online. Yes, they're on social media, but if you really dig into it, right, they're really on one social media platform. It's Facebook, a little bit of Twitter, right? They might be on TikTok, they might be on it, but overall, right, the overwhelming majority seem to be on Facebook. But it's not like they spend hours and hours and hours on Facebook. They come in, they read their feed, they communicate with their friends, and they move on. I mean, social media isn't really the way they perceive social to be. To them, social is actually meeting up with their friends or picking up this and calling their friends, actually using a cell phone for the phone part of it. If you ask a boomer what this is for, this is a phone. If you ask a Gen Zer, this is a portal to all my apps and my communication devices. I mean, I think I said to you, my son has one, and he's probably made 5 calls in his entire life, and I think 3 of them have been to me. They don't see this as a phone, and so it's understanding who that target is and how they use the mediums that they're using.
That's awesome. So switching to digital channels, and let's talk a little bit about the how and how you build a brand and inject creativity into not only into brands, but into digital channels within a brand. So I think there used to be this thought that digital and creative were sort of separate and separated and siloed off. And that's certainly not the case anymore. What are your thoughts about creativity through digital channels?
Yeah, I think the beauty of digital, and I've been doing digital advertising since the 90s. The beauty of it is that it's 100% measurable, unlike every other media channel out there. And now the other media channels are starting to get there. They're going more and more digital. TV's going very much digital. Even out of home is going digital, right? But since the beginning, the beauty of online was you can actually see who's seen your ad, who's interacted with your ad, who's clicked on your ad, who's converted from your ad. And it's irrefutable, right? And that's the beauty of it, is the measurement piece. And I think, we've been so focused on it and how to convert, and we start saying, okay, let's change the click-through here, let's change what we do on the CTA, let's change the color, let's change the image, let's change all this. And we basically turn this into alchemy, into a science, right? And that's great. It's kind of like direct mail meets digital. But at the same time, when you start doing all those things, you almost sacrifice creativity to a degree. So it's about, okay, how do we pull this back and inject more creativity in there? And it is possible. You just have to understand the medium and understand how the person interacts with the medium. Again, we've done some interesting ads in the past online, and just to get people to click, but using again the brand spirit, brand tone in a brand ad, and they've worked. Whether it be video or display banners. At the bank, we were mainly a savings bank, and I remember one of the best digital ads I did is I literally put in a big box ad, I put the word Jesus saves, right? And that was an ad that got all kinds of clicks, right? But it also was it was the cheeky, irreverent brand that ING Direct was. And same thing with Eargo. We had some ads where we had a campaign that said, sometimes missing the most important words, some of the smallest of words, means a whole world of difference. So we had an ad, for instance, that said, "Are you hard?" But in kind of a subtext was of hearing, right? So missing those two words would have made that a completely different situation, a completely different inference. But that's exactly what the tail of the tape was for the brand, and it's about getting people to understand and associate and go, yeah, right, it does make a difference. You're trying to build that affinity creatively between the consumer and the brand.
So the measurability is amazing, and that you can start to really measure those kind of creative concepts that even if they're more edgy, you at least get to know that, hey, this either bombed or it really took off and takes the subjectivity out of it. How do you find, how are you using data and analytics to feed that creativity? Because I think that's part of going the other direction. The creative typically wouldn't have had all that data and analytics. Now it's almost, how does it feed being more creative? Have you found that to be the case?
Oh, absolutely. If anything, it's you use it as your testing ground, almost like a petri dish, because you can get data back in real time. I can put stuff out there. Like if I was to do the same kind of methodology with TV, my God, I would imagine producing 1,000 TV spots a year, changing some piece here, some piece there. Like the expense would be enormous, the time would be enormous, and by the time you get the data back, you're looking at weeks. So, but with digital, you don't have that issue, right? You can literally put something out there and see how it works, see what resonates, see what from a creative perspective, what's working, what's not, and I can take those learnings back and extract that and pull that into some of the other mediums that we're doing, right? So it literally becomes, you go digital first to understand creatively what works, what resonates, and then you pull that back and you feed everything else with that.
Yeah, it's totally flipping it on its head, and it also it demands that creative perhaps moves at a different pace than it used to, because you mentioned you may not get feedback for a long time. Being creative in such a shorter time frame where there's quick turns I think can be a challenge.
Oh yeah, and that's why we have a hybrid model of a creative team. We have a creative team in house, and we use agencies externally. And it seems to really work. When you need something that has to be turned around very, very quickly, the internal team is great. They understand the brand. They understand exactly what to do. They understand the business objective already. You don't have to do much briefing. It's just churn it out as quickly as possible. And that speed is so critical with digital and with everything else that we do. But then when you think about the big campaigns, it's always nice to have an agency out there to help you think out of the box, because sometimes we're so stuck in the weeds that we can't see some of the bigger ideas, and an outside point of view can help you find those nuggets that could lead to a great idea.
Yeah, for sure. So you touched on other channels becoming more digital, even out of home. With everything going digital and with all of our lives being digital for the most part, multi-touch attribution becomes an issue. Tell us a little bit about what that means to you, how you're addressing it, and why it's important.
Yeah, MTA, multi-touch attribution, is I think one of the biggest challenges that marketers have today, yet it's one of the biggest opportunities as well. We know that looking at last click or first click, you're going to get data, but is that the true journey that a customer took? And when you specifically look at a product like ours, hearing aids, where people take weeks, if not months, to do their shopping, to do their analyzing, to ask friends, to look at the reviews before buying a product like this, doing last click is really an injustice, or even doing first click, because they came to the site several times. They saw several ads. Which one was it? Well, in actuality, it was a combination, right? It could have been the TV ad they saw first. Then they went online, they Googled Eargo. So there's your first click, right? Then, they saw it, they went to the site, they read about it, they read some reviews, they saw an Eargo ad, they clicked that. Great. They saw that, okay, they decided, okay, I'm gonna think about this for a little bit, but then they received a direct mail piece, right? So which one was the one that actually converted them? The truth is all of them did, right? It was that constant reminder. So having multi-touch really, really helps. And, having we use Rockerbox here at Eargo, and they're great in that you give them all the data and they will sort out from the customer journey perspective how many touches they had, and how many length of time between the touches, what the combinations were and whatnot. And you can actually try to optimize and optimize your media to not just what's driving the conversion, but what's driving the conversion overall.
Mhm. Yeah, it's fascinating because on one hand, things are becoming everything's more measurable, but on the other hand, it's still going to take all of those channels getting your reach and awareness up to where it needs to be. And you may be doing things that actually are old, quote unquote, old school, like out of home or like direct mail. Yeah. And it's just fascinating that some of as much as things have changed, some of it has also stayed very much the same, which is you need reach, you need frequency, and that over time, maybe we can change it quicker and maybe we can learn faster, but over time, those things still work.
Yeah, and it's true. I think what's in its renaissance right now is in fact direct mail, and I think it's a lot to do. I mean, before, when you used to get mail, you used to get a stack of mail this high, and you would just quickly filter through your mail. That's junk. These are my bills or whatever it is. Great. Now, people don't receive much mail anymore. So when they do, they actually take the time and they read it. So I think that's why we're seeing a lot better conversion rates on direct mail these days, and many more marketers are now trying it out again and seeing success in it again. And I think the key there, though, is there's only so much information you can put on a piece, right? It's how do I push this person into digital, where they can then learn a lot more about Eargo. They could interact, they could chat with someone, they could sign up for a newsletter. They could start their educational process. That I think is the key, is pushing them online where they can learn more, grabbing their attention, at the same time getting them to an online format. SMS is another good way we do that, and we do that not just with direct mail, but with TV, right? Trying to get them automatically into a digital format where we can start to communicate them and start giving them more information that they need to make their decision.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And it makes me think about once they're on your site, or once they're engaging with Eargo, hearing aids are a relatively complicated purchase, right? At best, I mean, this is a very complicated medical device. How do you all think about the customer experience insofar as how do you get the people properly educated and feeling comfortable that they can buy something this complex that's going to go in your ear all the time to make an online purchase?
That is the question we've been grappling with and since day one. And the reality is, it depends on where you are in your hearing aid journey. If you're just starting out, and a lot of people are, so you don't know anything about hearing aids, telling you about the speeds and feeds and all these different features of the hearing aid, you're not there. You're not ready for it. What we really need to tell you and communicate to you is what hearing aids can do for you, how it can improve your quality of life, right? And how it can improve your relationships and so on. And so you start there at a much more higher level, and then you slowly start to bring them down, right? Whereas if they're already a current hearing aid user, they're just looking for the latest tech. They don't need to know how this improves them. They already know how hearing aids improve their life, right? So don't waste your time. You got to shift them immediately into here are the speeds and fees. Here's what makes this product so great. Here's it's so easy to get started. And so it really depends on, again, know your customer, know what they need and what their needs are, and then feeding them that information.
Yeah. Are you finding, you mentioned all the growth of all the, 1 billion people in the coming years are gonna need this. That must span demographically from quite young to the very old. And I think most people probably think about it in terms of those folks that are at least middle age and older. How are you thinking about the different targets that way, and how you're going to speak to them, and how you're going to try to move them through that funnel to get more comfortable? Thanks.
I mean, most people that have hearing loss are people that are generally over 60, 65. And hearing loss is natural. It's something that happens as you age. There's nothing wrong. It's just like your vision starts to get weaker, your hearing starts to degrade. It's not, the other thing about it is that people often don't notice it, right? And that's why they're in denial of it, because your hearing is constantly on. It's the one sense that's constantly on. You can close your eyes, you only use your touch when you touch something and smell and taste. But your hearing, I mean, you'll hear something in the middle of the night and wakes you up, right? It's on 24 hours. So when you slowly hear it degrade, you don't notice it. But people will notice it around you. Your TV volume is higher. They're telling you to lower the TV. You may compensate by asking people to repeat themselves, or you learn to read lips. So you're building this barrier. And the question is how can we overcome that barrier and help you to find a solution? So it's a complicated journey. But it doesn't have to be more complicated when you're seeking a solution. The key is really to provide a very simple, easy solution, which is what Eargo does.
Yeah, makes me interesting. Speaking, so I need to ask my obligatory pandemic question. So I'm curious. In a way, how did Eargo? In a way, it seemed DTC obviously has taken some leaps forward because we were all locked down, and it had to. That, and I think coupled with some of the cool things that Eargo has going, like video checkups and those type of things, those in an unfortunate circumstances, those things bode well for Eargo, I would think. Is that what you guys found?
So there's no doubt, there were a lot of clinics that closed during the pandemic. We probably saw some of that overflow, but our growth has been on a very solid trajectory, and we luckily we didn't see any effects of the pandemic last year or even this year to that growth. And so it's really about maintaining our growth. We keep charting. We're focused on our future and how we're going to get there, and so far it hasn't affected our business to any degree. And so we're pretty thankful about that.
That's awesome. I'm gonna, before I jump into a different topic, we do have a Q&A that I think is relevant to one of my other conversations. So the question was, why not treat it like a wearable, and to completely rethink the stigma of it, right? Like make it like an Aura ring, or make it like an Apple Watch or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You guys thought about that? I know it ties into an app, so perhaps you're already thinking about such things. Is that anything that perhaps you guys have thought about, even just to rebrand it as a wearable versus a medical device?
Well, I think Eargo is a class 1, class 2, depending what you're going to get, FDA cleared device. So it is a hearing aid at the end of the day, and there are a lot of other solutions out there that they're called hearing amplifiers, or PSAPs, that are not hearing aids. And there's a big difference between those types of products. And I think it's important that people understand that Eargo is there to help people with their hearing loss. And not necessarily just amplify everything into your ear. So it is a specific hearing aid. Whether or not it could be a hearable, I mean, by definition, I guess, every hearing aid is a hearable and whatnot.
Yeah.
You can put special things, bells and whistles in it. And we have an app where you can adjust things and customize your eargos for any kind of setting that you want. If you're in a restaurant or watching a movie, you can customize these things. You can even call in to one of our, or chat with one of our licensed hearing professionals, and they could download custom profiles into your eargos, so they can, you could say, oh, I'm having trouble listening to this, listen to that. They'll say, oh, okay, let me try this out for a couple of days. They download it into your eargos. Next thing you know, you're trying it. Oh, everything's great. So you can continually adjust them and improve them, which is great. And so, it is, I guess, a hearable in every sense. But by the broad definition, I would argue every hearing aid is a hearable.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. That's super cool. I didn't realize you could tweak it virtually, which is pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. Tell me about, we're talking about digital channels. Amazon's a reality to almost any DTC business these days. How does Eargo think about Amazon, and how do you think about it in terms of your overall channel strategy?
So Eargo is for sale on Amazon today.
Yeah.
It's an important part of our mix. We feel like, again, know your customer. A lot of our customers shop on Amazon. They like it. They feel it's secure. It's a brand that they've been buying things through, and they trust. And so, seeing Eargo there really helps them. Gives them the confidence. And again, it's part of the shopping criteria for some. Others, will learn about Eargo there, and then again continue their journey, and then eventually come to Eargo directly. It really depends, but for certain that having it part of our journey, we thought it was important, and that's why we're there.
Yeah. What are some of the digital channels that you're finding are particularly? What are the ones that are just crushing it for you right now?
Well, I mean, Google SEM is always crushing it, right? Yeah. And that's a given. If someone's searching for a hearing aid, you got a good chance of selling them a hearing.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's see. Are there any other questions from the crowd? Nope. At the moment. Okay. So, tell me a little bit more about. So you are doing Google SEM. What else about what's on the landscape for Eargo? Obviously, new products. How are you thinking about new ways to get the product into the hands of your consumers?
That is truly the end goal. We know that when we get someone to put this thing in their ear, it's sold immediately. It's life-changing. And for us, that's my greatest sense of satisfaction actually in this job. And if you've seen many videos, I've seen it live, where I see someone take an Eargo, a grown man, 67 years old, take an Eargo, put it in his ear, and then just start to cry.
Right.
Because his world has now changed. And that is what Eargo is all about. It's about bringing people their life back, right? Giving people that which they've lost, and they can rekindle. We have so many anecdotes like that. Like my favorite one is man and woman. Man gets out of bed. First thing he does is put his Eargos in. Gets out of bed, and he hears something, and he turns to his wife and says, "How long's the floor been creaking?" And she looks at him and says, 15 years. Right? It's like, oh my God. It's like that it's those kind of things that you don't really understand, those little things that amplify your life until they're gone. And then once you get it back, it's like you've got a new lease on life. And that's really, what we're doing. And so for us, in terms of, how we're reaching them, we're trying a full court press on all, again, using MTA, trying to figure out which channels are really working, and continuing to get the message out, because that getting the message out and having people improve their lives is what we're all about.
Right. No, quite. I mean, that's trying to build that emotional connection is critical, and the fact that your product considers their journey, I think, is one of the different. That alone is a differentiating factor, and the fact that it's taking away all of the things that most people would have fought getting a hearing aid in the first place. I think it is a huge benefit, and it's really inspiring. Excellent. So Izzy, are you on? Okay. Tell me, do you push out testimonials like that?
Oh yeah, if you come to our site, you'll see all kinds of testimony and video testimonials. The beautiful thing is we get this feedback unsolicited all the time.
Yeah.
I think it's just people, they're so overwhelmed, so overjoyed how much Eargo has helped them. They just automatically come back and say, this thing has changed my life. Thank you so much. There was another one that came through this morning on, I don't remember which it was a third-party site, and we saw it, and this person again was saying, thank God for Eargo. Eargo's around. They changed their lives, and for them, the beauty about Eargo is that it costs relatively less than the average price of hearing aids out there. So our business model allows you to save money. You get the best tech for it. It's the latest tech. It fits completely inside your ear where it's invisible. So if you're a bit vanity conscious, especially first time hearing
Yeah.
aid, they don't want to have this thing behind their ear. Put it in your ear where no one can see it.
Yeah.
It makes them feel like we're their little secret. We're empowering them. We're making them the best person that they can be, and nobody has to know about them. And it's something that's really interesting that's developed that we're starting to understand of how people view Eargo.
And explain a little bit more about the business model. How is it different than how you would buy a traditional hearing aid?
So the traditional route is, you may go start at your doctor. They give you a referral. They go to a hearing clinic. You make an appointment. You go in and see them. They do a hearing test. If you have any issues, they may select a hearing aid. You come back for a fitting. You select the hearing aid, come back for a fitting. Then there may be a few fittings afterwards as they adjust. So you're looking at a bit of time before you actually are using a hearing aid. Whereas Eargo, there's no appointments necessary. You literally can buy Eargo. It'll show up at your house in a couple days. You put them in. You call one of our hearing professionals. They'll walk you through. It's pretty easy. You literally put them in. You could just tap your ear and you can change settings on it, or you can use the app. And you're ready to go rock and roll, and you try them out. And if you feel like you need some more adjustments, you just again call us back up or chat, and then they'll make some more adjustments. And before you know it, literally within days, you're hearing again. And you didn't lose any of the support because we still have licensed hearing professionals on staff to support you as well.
I love that because it happens. You see it a lot, but it just dawned on me again. When you're focused on the customer experience, you look at what the existing experience is, and you look at all the things that stink in that experience, and then you just build it around, like just wipe those things out. Just don't do those things, and next thing you know, you have something that's pretty amazing. And if you look at the companies that are really disruptive, they look at those things that in the experience really don't make it very fun for any friction points between the consumer and customer and the company. Just don't do those things, right? Do it a different way and get rid of those things. And it's remarkable what you can do when you do that, when you simplify what they actually are trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the hallmark to changing any industry is give people what they want. And sometimes people don't even know what they want until you show them because they don't know what I mean. The famous Henry Ford quote was, if I asked people what they wanted, they would have said, "Build me a better horse," right? And it's kind of the same thing. It's like you have to have an idea, have faith in your idea, but understand what those pain points are in the current process, and then put it out there and see, and people will tell you if it sticks or not. It was the same thing with ING Direct. you know, it was direct banking, online banking way before its time, and people gravitated toward it. Today, nobody banks at a branch, right? And so, you know, it took 20 years, but that's where we are. And I have a feeling this is going to be the same thing. You know, people are going to love the telehealth. If anything, the pandemic has really accelerated telehealth.
Yeah.
People were, I guess, forced to use telehealth, and I think they're starting to realize it's very convenient. It works, and I think that really helps propel businesses like ours.
Yeah, no doubt. I was an ING direct customer, just so you know. So you won me over back in the day when I was when I was around, and I loved it. I loved everything about it. So, okay, Izzy's back on. Well, hey Ben, thank you so much for your time, and thank you to the audience for listening in today.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much. And it's always so interesting to learn about how you're communicating with your audience and connecting with your consumer, especially when I feel like something like hearing aids already has that split perception. So really interesting. And thank you both for your time.
Thank you.
You bet.
So next up, I'm really excited to welcome to the stage Kimberly Massey, the Global Marketing Leader at Kimberly-Clark, and Ariane Turley, the Solutions Consultant at SimilarWeb. Hello. Hi, Ariane.
Hi, how are you?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Kimberly.
Hey, how are you?
Great. Just want to turn on your camera and we'll kick off the live cast.
Right now. All right. I was trying to add the Brand Innovators virtual background, but I will do that later. Hi, thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here. Ariane, I'll kick it off to you.
Great. Thanks, Izzy. So hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining our Brand Innovators sort of fireside chat today. I'm very excited to be joined with Kimberly today. And so I think what we'll do is we'll just do a short round of intros, and then I have a couple of different questions for Kimberly, but I think it'll be a great conversation. And as always, if you guys have any questions, just feel free to drop them into the chat, and we will try to answer and leave some time at the end to answer them. So just to sort of get started, my name is Ariane Turley, and I'm the lead industry consultant for retail and CPG brands at SimilarWeb. And what SimilarWeb does is we're essentially a platform that is the measure of the digital world. So we look at everything from brand site traffic to where that traffic is coming from, to sort of how do you optimize your digital strategy. But really the star of today's show is Kimberly. So I'm very excited to be here today with her, who's a global marketing leader. So why don't you introduce yourself a little bit? Sure. So I won't say too much up front because I know you've got a ton of questions. But first of all, Ariane, SimilarWeb, thank you for having me. Thank you, Brand Innovators. So I've been at Kimberly-Clark now for about 2.5 years. B2B marketing. So I'll talk about B2B versus B2C, which is my background. And I lead the skincare portfolio. Skincare is soap, sanitizer, lotion, hand and body wash, along with hair products as well. So I came from PepsiCo. That's where I grew up as a marketer. I was there for 9 years, worked across several different brands, Innovation, Amp Energy, which is one of PepsiCo's energy brands. Now they have a few. Brisk Tea, which is one of PepsiCo's billion-dollar brands. So I had the opportunity to do a lot of really cool things there. And then my last role before leaving was overseeing marketing for Georgia and the Carolinas, which are very important markets for us in a regional capacity. So I went from national to regional. And I'm excited to be here today. Well, I'm excited to have you too. So I think one of the first things, we sort of wanted to talk about, I think when Kimberly and I met before, I thought there were really 3 key themes that came out of our conversation. I think one of the things that was interesting is talking about sort of differences in B2B versus B2C marketing. And obviously when you were at PepsiCo, you had sort of more of a direct to consumer bent, or sort of a business to consumer bent. But at Kimberly Clark, your audience is a little bit different. So can you just give us sort of an overview of what do you think are the biggest differences between B2B and B2C marketing?
Absolutely. So the core is very similar. You've got your brand guardrails, your brand architecture, key things that guide you as a brand. However, how they come to life are very different. B2B, you're not talking to the end user. You're talking to not the business, but different people within the business making decisions. So it varies by segment. And by segments, I mean healthcare versus industrial versus offices versus education facilities. And so the chooser is very different. For healthcare facilities, you may be talking to a facility manager in one piece of the business who is purchasing for the waiting rooms. And then you may be talking to more of a chemical person that is purchasing for back of the house, meaning soaps that nurses and doctors need to use before operations. And that varies for industrial as well. Whereas with that, in the B2B world, you are crafting a story, a narrative that is rooted in the end user insight, but also has to sell and be attractive to that chooser. And so it's a lot more of a price conscious market as well, because this purchaser is also purchasing for everything from potentially the copy paper in the building to managing that same budget for repairs that need to be done. So it's a very different conversation than when you think about B2C. When I'm talking directly to you, Ariane, and you're walking down a aisle at Kroger and the packaging speaks to you. Packaging isn't as big of an issue. We still want it to look nice on the B2B side, but it's going to be in the stock room, right? Mm-hmm. So it needs to look nice, because if we're going to sell it on Amazon or on retail channels, which has exploded with COVID, it matters a lot there, but it's just not the same rigor. So we're not doing packaging studies to make sure it pops on shelf or any of those really fun things that you'll do on the consumer side. You're more so, doing testing to make sure that the message resonates with that chooser in addition to the end user. So lots of simultaneous research being done when you do come up with the positioning. B2B as well, a lot more. I would say the brand has to be a lot more analytically minded. So B2C, I managed very large budgets, and I was aware of the numbers, the analytics, but I did not own the P&L. At Pepsi, the finance team owns the P&L. So this was my first experience with that at Kimberly Clark, and not just owning it, but really having to make decisions based off of that and working from a global perspective with the regions to make those decisions, because it's really up to them as to whether they want to take an innovation or not, because they own their P&L and they have to answer for their performance at the end of the day. Versus, so those are a few of the differences. So it was a lot. I say that my B2B experience these past 2 years has been my version of an MBA.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. It sounds like now you're not just responsible for marketing, but sort of more of like the P&L and all hands on. Sort of, it's a little bit more, touching a lot of different sides of the business.
Absolutely.
And I guess, yeah, I can imagine that that's been a challenge. And I think that sort of brings me into one of my other questions is like, and I think you spoke about this a little bit, but how do you think these KPIs have shifted, right? So when you're on, what were your KPIs at Pepsi, and then how are your KPIs at Kimberly Clark, and sort of how have those differed and changed?
Yeah. Excellent question. So on the B2C side, you can plethora of KPIs. So from your engagement KPIs, how are people interacting with your brand? And then you have your volume KPIs. But on the B2B side, a lot more rigor around KPIs and the bottom line. Whereas, to be honest with you, and I don't know if maybe I wasn't in the position at Pepsi to care as much about this, but we were looking at top line. It was all about volume. We weren't talking about the profit. I'm sure the finance team was somewhere talking about that, but on the B2B world, in the B2B world that I'm in, it's all about how profitable something is going to be, and our margins are top of mind for everything. And when you think about it, and the fact that it's not as much of a volume play as per se a Pepsi was. So people are drinking sodas all the time, right? The rate at which people go to the restroom and consume soaps and lotions and sanitizers, unfortunately, pre-COVID was very low. People did not wash their hands. Now we're,
Fun fact.
Yeah, fun fact. I'm sure many of you are not surprised by that, but because I think we've all walked out of a restroom, right, and said that person didn't wash their hands. Well, it happens around the world. In the US, we're better than a lot of other places, which is scary to say. But on the B2B side, we have guardrails around the margin the product needs to meet from an innovation perspective before that can launch, because it just doesn't make sense to launch anything that's not going to be profitable. So that's really how they differ. And then also, we don't have any social media, KPIs, right? Like, people aren't necessarily saying, oh, let me go follow. And keep in mind, Kleenex soap that goes in your bathroom at work, very different from the consumer Kleenex, nose facial tissue, right? So people might care about that and want to go follow that brand and engage with them. But consumers are not looking for the brands that they see at work. So it's just very different all around, way more analytical, still fun in a different way. You're stretching a different area of your brain. And I would tell anybody looking to take more of a general management path, or be a CMO, like, you definitely want to get the B2B experience under your belt to truly round out how you think about things.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. And I think sort of what you're saying makes sense too, right? Because at Pepsi, like, ultimately you're selling to the person who's buying Pepsi, who's also the person who's drinking it. But that's obviously not the case when you're at a B2C role or B2B role, right? Like, even though I use like Kleenex at work, I'm not the one who's making that decision. I just sort of am given have what's there.
And people aren't, at the end of the day, if you go to work and your soap is not coming out, or it's not the consistency that you ideally like, you're not going to complain, because you're at work, you're going back to your desk, you got other things going on. When you are at home and you're sipping on your Pepsi or your Mountain Dew, if the flavor is off, it's a whole different thing. So it's a totally different level of brand engagement and brand loyalty.
Right. No, that makes sense. I think something else, and this is sort of what you're saying about how in your current role, your B2B role, it's a lot more analytical, and obviously SimilarWeb, it's a data company. I love talking about data. So I'm a little bit curious, can you talk a little bit more about that, as sort of like, how do you use data to inform your strategy?
Absolutely. So I'll start with the B2C side. So at Pepsi, we had Nielsen's IRI tool, which is wonderful, syndicated data. They're going to restate the data. So, every week, 2 weeks, it's changing, it's being updated, and it's pretty spot on, because they are getting data from the largest retailers, right? And they're able to model out retailers that they don't have, to really get you to a pretty good estimation of how you're doing as a company, how all of your line items are doing, SKUs, versus your competition. So I definitely took for granted the IRI data and how easy that was when I was at Pepsi to then take that and pair with our internal. We looked at bottler case sales at Pepsi. So your internal data, and then, your financials to look at a full story. On the B2B side, we have found that precision data is the best for us. Now, Precision is interesting because they work with a few large distributors, but there are millions of distributors that distribute products that we sell to as a company, that Georgia Pacific, our competitor, that SD Torque, that Gojo Perel are selling to, that, they're not selling their data. They just have no interest in selling their data. They're niche. A lot of these distributors pre-COVID focused in on certain channel segments we use interchangeably. So you have distributors that are just healthcare. You have distributors that are simply offices, which has changed with COVID as well. A lot more omni-channel now. But that being said, this precision data, they are really using their best guesses and the limited amount of hard data that they have. And so when I got to Kimberly-Clark, I was amazed to know that. So I started in 2018. The last time they bought data was 2016. And, you know, it was, hey, things don't change that regularly now. So that regularly for us. So there's no reason to purchase, and it informs the strategy, but it's not nearly as critical of a piece of the strategy as it is on, you know, fast moving B2C volume SKUs. So this precision data is great. We use it to directionally tell us what we need to do from a strategic standpoint. But it's not the same because I have to solely rely on my internal data. So internally, you know, I'm looking at what SKUs are moving the fastest. I can kind of cross-reference to see in what channels those are moving and why, but it's not the same as having that lens of what's taking place in the market as well, like I had with IRI. In addition to that, pricing from IRI was awesome. We have to do a separate pricing study to look at how we're priced versus the market. On skincare, because skincare only became a big deal with the pandemic, we really didn't even have a skincare team prior to COVID. This is a totally new role that I'm in. So we just did a pricing study. We never knew how we were priced versus our competitors. So it's just been a very different world being over here on B2B, but it makes you a lot more gritty, I would say. And you know, the data that you do have, you're using it, you're modeling it. My investment banking skills have come into play here a lot, which was my life before marketing. But so those are a few of the differences in how we use data. So at B2B, very reliant on our internal data, the precision data, and then also distributor sales data, and then also demand gen. Looking at that, so we use Salesforce. We actually take a lot of those insights of what people are searching for, what they're looking for, and incorporate that into our strategy as well.
Okay, no, that makes sense. And I think that's something I do a lot at similar web too, right? Is trying to figure out, okay, you know, what are people searching for? How does that inform? And, you know, going back to brands and helping them understand, like, you know, searches for like antibacterial soap or something have really increased in the last like year.
Exactly. What is antibacterial versus, and so leveraging those insights to create materials for our customers to help them educate their end users. So, you know, a lot of times if you go into, let's say, a restroom at a hospital and you see on the wall, this is why you should wash your hands, or those sheets. We do a lot of taking from national sources like the CDC and the WHO, incorporating our research and analytics into it from different studies and creating those for our partners so that they don't have to do that. So that's one of the added value things that we do that I actually love being on the B2B side.
Yeah, no, that sounds super interesting and definitely is like a whole different beast. But, you know, it seems like, you know, B2B, they're slowly moving more to join the D2C side and learning about different data sets.
COVID has stepped up.
Exactly. They all of a sudden they're like, oh, maybe we should think about our digital strategy a little bit more.
Maybe we should do more with our, you know, demand gen offering that maybe we should, you know, so it's been great. And like to be in the space and to be talking about, okay, what KPIs do we set? How many accounts do we care that we won, lost, converted? But then also churn is a big number for us that we're always paying attention to. And so it's all about bundling programs. So it's like I said, totally different muscle that you use on the B2B side. And so I would say to anybody, if you're interested in marketing and you consider yourself to be more analytical than creative, B2B would be a great place for you because you still get that creative. It's just different. But then also on the B2B side, and I don't know about all companies, but only Kimberly-Clark, we don't use agencies. We do it all ourselves. Yeah. So, you know, the blessing and a curse, you can look at it either way. I think that there's a huge advantage to having, and we use more agencies on the testing side of things, right, and the analytics, but from a creative standpoint, it's like, you know, our internal creative teams are like, okay, what's the brief? What do you need me to do? And
Mm-hmm.
it's cool, but I think you definitely miss that outside perspective of people looking across industries and things that are going on. So there's a lot of opportunity for the B2B space to grow.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I think something else, and you've kind of alluded to this, that one of the other themes I think that's really come out is you've worked in marketing on both a regional level, or not both, but on a regional level, a national level, as well as sort of a global level, right? And so I think it'd be really interesting to hear about the differences between each of those, and maybe we can start with discussing your transition from regional to national, and sort of how do you change gears there.
Yeah, so I actually went from national to regional.
Oh, interesting.
Global. So I will talk about going from a national role to a regional role because it was very interesting, and one that I had not thought much about until I actually got there, and the shock of what I was being faced with. And I'll also say before I get into this that I want to encourage anyone listening to this, thinking about a move, thinking about something that may not make sense, because I will tell you, I had a lot of people say, Kim, you're already at headquarters, you're working on the brand side, don't take a regional role. Why would you do that? That's going backwards. People start in the region to get to where we are, which I totally understood. A few things, I believed in myself to go there, do a great job, and to make a story out of it that would be different from the story I was doing at the national brand level. Two, you follow your leader. People don't leave companies, right? They leave managers for the most part. I had a wonderful leader that I was going to work for in the region. His name was John Shoemate. I highly suggest you follow him on LinkedIn and on social. He does a wonderful job of posting very inspirational stuff. And if you connect with him, he's always happy to talk. He's just, really demonstrated what servant leadership is for me. And I went there, and under his leadership, I just really flourished. I was able to, he gave me the flexibility and the freedom to build programs as I would in New York. And I'd say, John, I don't have the budget for this. I'm going to call somebody in New York on the brand side I used to work with, and go for it. Do whatever you need to do. And so I just got to be really scrappy. And so how the roles are different, to answer your question, at the national level, you're doing a lot of pulling stuff. You've got your markets broken out into different, stronghold markets versus weak versus battleground markets. And you're building a national program that's based in the inside of whatever you're trying to do. At the national level, you may say, this year, we're going to target our battleground markets, leave our strongholds alone. They're doing totally fine. And that kind of leaves those stronghold markets without anything that they can particularly leverage for their purpose. They can still leverage the national plan, but it wasn't made for them, right? Versus at the regional level, when you're just taking what you're given and being on the other side of that, you have to leverage those assets and then figure out locally what you need to add in. Which, I had an awesome boss, and I'd say, okay, well, Mountain Dew is a great asset, and I'm appreciative to have this, national basketball star because Mountain Dew is sponsoring basketball. But that's not going to resonate here in Atlanta. People want a Hawks player. People want a Falcons player, right? So I was able to go out and locally sign those people, and then use them and their likeness for programs that honestly moved volume, because we were then able to create dealer loader programs and account specific programs for the racetracks, the Walmarts, the Krogers of the world, leveraging these local assets for not just the in-store static cleans and things like that, but I could say, Kroger, let's do a promotion with all the stores in Georgia. The stores that win are going to get an appearance from Devontae Freeman, who was the star of the Super Bowl the year that the Falcons went, right? And so those things are what you have to do on a regional level. You can't just take what national is going to give you. You leverage that to take it to the next level. And so that was the freedom that I loved from being in the region. But to be honest, I think it worked out for me that I came from national into regional. And so I would encourage anybody doing it the opposite to try your best to understand the national level. So if you're in a regional capacity and you're looking to go to the national level, do yourself a favor and look at, the programming, the information that you're being given, and just take a second to say, okay, what inspired this? Where did this come from? I wonder what were the insights that guided this. Once you come up with that framework of questions, I, encourage you to then go to your national team and talk about that, to see if you can go and spend a day or two there with somebody that is on the national brand or strategy team to better learn how that is, because it's only gonna better inform what you're doing, because national and regional, they work hand in hand together. And I know that being at Kimberly-Clark now in global and having had both those experiences, I'm a much better marketer because of the way I think. And it prepared me to take on the global lens, which is a completely different beast.
I'm sure. I mean, I think that makes sense, right? It sounds like, at the regional level, you have a little bit more creativity. You can, it's a little bit more sort of you're on the ground, and so you understand what's needed, but obviously it can always be challenging, right? To be like, well, like convince national that this is necessary because they think they know. And so it's good to be able to speak both languages, I guess. It is. And
I was very fortunate in that if Mountain Dew hadn't had the NBA as a property, or if Gatorade didn't have in a NFL, then it would have been much harder to get assets and to tell the story, right? So, that's a totally different ballgame if your, national team just isn't doing anything that's going to help you locally. But then on the same time, it's really exciting because then you have full flexibility and you don't have to stay within any guardrails, right?
No, definitely. Now, I guess I'm curious, how did you transition from regional to all of a sudden going to a global role? And, how did you begin to understand what the different global needs were?
Absolutely. So excellent question. One thing I learned at Pepsi is selling. That regional role really got me close to crafting your narrative based on what that customer wants to hear. So I'm going to give a very different pitch and story to Walmart versus to 7-Eleven, right? And so when I took a look at my career and I thought about where I wanted to go next to really round out my skill set, I said, well, I haven't done global. I need to try that out. Did 6 years in national, 4 years in region, and then now 2.5 years in the global capacity. And what I did was I looked at the role and I made a gram of how my skill sets transferred. And I used real examples in my interview of things that I'd done nationally, regionally, and how I envisioned them coming to life on a global scale.
Wow.
And I practiced that. I did, of course, a ton of research on marketing, global marketing, and what that looked like. And, to understand before I went into the interview that when you say global, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm looking for one strategy that's going to work in EMEA, APAC, LAO, and North America. It could mean, and it does for me, and it did on bath tissue as well, which was the role I had before this at Kimberly-Clark. You're going to target focus markets within the region because Asia is so different. China and their needs are different within country. Hong Kong is very different. I'll give this example. In EMEA, Europe, Middle East, Africa, when you're looking at toilet tissue needs in Germany, for them, 3-ply and 4-ply is like baseline. Like they hear 2-ply and 1-ply, and they're appalled that is what we use here in the US and like other places in Europe. And I mean, so on the B2B side with toilet tissue, typically it's much thinner, the toilet tissue at work, right? You're like, okay, I can think about this. You're not going to use it at home. In Europe, it's the same thing. Like that would just, when my colleagues in Europe, would come over pre-COVID they'd always just say, I forgot to pack my toilet tissue, because it's just so different here. And so, but that's Germany in Europe. The UK and a few other places, it's like us. It's totally fine. So, you have to zone in on focus markets based on the opportunity for growth, based on your opportunity for growth, like how saturated are you in the market, what is your brand equity score, all of that stuff to figure out what your focus markets need to be from a global perspective. And so having that understanding from like my research, and then having talked to people that were in global roles to help me solidify the fact that I did want to take this leap in global, I also knew the why. I was able to talk in that interview about how global would help me reach my end goal, which at the time, it was to be like a CMO, GM. I don't know what I want now. It changes every other day. But and to talk about how that regional and those national experiences would only help me better help them in their global marketing efforts. And so, don't discredit your experience if it's only been local and you've only had experience in Atlanta or in Chicago. It's all about how you craft your story. I encourage you to practice that story with somebody whose feedback you trust, to give you the honest feedback of like what is going to make you a better person. Because I mean, I started at Kimberly-Clark in a senior manager capacity without any global experience, without any B2B experience. And those were like two of the 4 key things that were listed on the must-have requirements, right? Without an MBA. So, don't count yourself out. It's all about how you sell yourself.
No, definitely. Well, it seems like they're really, no, I think that makes sense. But I think it's interesting too. I mean, some of the things that you're describing at a global level, it does sort of seem similar to working at a national level in the sense of, different countries have different focus areas, but even here in the US, right, like different regions have different focus areas too. And so it's like, you could explain like, even though I don't know exactly like what's happening in Germany or France and you have to learn those on their jobs, you could explain at least like, well, I learned how the, Southeast was different than the Northeast, for example. So makes sense.
And then also you can explain how you take best practices from a region and you can nuance them.
Right.
After you've, truly learned about the different pockets and then with the other region, right? And how you create those synergies. And that's something that we've done a lot here at Kimberly-Clark and something that, I was proud to do at Pepsi also.
Yeah, no, definitely. Seems like they're really living a life of luxury over there in Germany too, with their 3 and 4 ply.
They are. And I mean, the tissue, so it's good for us because those plies are way more margin accretive. But also you use it up quicker. So here you see big jumbo rolls, in a bathroom, whereas over there, you're not going to get that. So it's really nice. So that's a market for us.
That makes sense. It is funny too, actually. I grew up in Hong Kong. And so when I think about like, office bathrooms in Hong Kong versus the US, you can really see how those are different too.
Yeah. Well, Hong Kong also. Hong Kong, they have different formats of tissue that we don't even have here in the US.
Right.
So like the center pool and things like that.
Yeah, exactly. The folds anyway. I feel like
people in the US hate folded tissue. Okay. Like they think they're using a napkin, whereas in Asia, particularly most of Asia, that's totally accepted. It's, totally fine. So, but yeah, some really fun insights that we can talk about with Hong Kong.
I'm sure.
For the world.
That is fun. You've learned a lot about sort of the global tissue needs, and I'm sure now global soap needs as we are in a global pandemic. So I'm sure that's also changed a lot.
It has, to say the least. Yeah.
Do you have any like sort of what do you think has been the biggest thing you've learned during the pandemic, sort of with like transitioning into sort of the skincare category? Like what do you think has been your biggest takeaway there?
I would have to say you have to be able to be flexible for the unexpected. And, where we as a company didn't do a good job was not thinking about skincare and a few other categories that did not matter that much pre-pandemic. And so when the pandemic happened, I mean, we were out of stock for months. We still had our best year ever.
Wow.
But can you only imagine what that would have looked like if we'd actually had a supply chain that was appropriately equipped to manage the business and any growth that we saw? Similar with bath tissue, people probably remember the run on bath tissue. And so, that has really changed the way we as a company plan. And I think I'm sure it's all companies, but for us commoditized industries, really just, taking the lead, locking in features for pulp, for the ingredients that go into skincare, your alcohol and different things to make sure that that doesn't happen again. As far as an innovation perspective, looking to figure out, well, how do you make skincare last more than 2 years, which is already what we thought was long. But for companies that ordered in March when the pandemic first happened and didn't open back up until this past March or so, it's already a year gone. So it's think very differently about go to market innovation, and our positioning in the world, and really who we want to be in this wellness space. And so we're working a lot closer with our consumer business, because they make soap, but for you to use at home, and bath tissue for use at home. And with people spending so much time at home over the pandemic, and then also with the fear that people have of going back into the office, even though people have been vaccinated and everything. This year's just put people into a shock. And so it's, well, how do we level up our products to make people feel even more at home when they're in the office? So that has been the biggest takeaway. Along with having an appropriately staffed team. I think that Kimberly-Clark, like a lot of companies, we're very lean. Bare bones, most people are probably doing 2 jobs at a minimum, but that all breaks when you go into a pandemic. So
no, definitely. And I think a lot of people have learned a lot from this last year. So that really makes sense. So we just have just about 5 minutes left. And so I think I want to get a little bit more personal. So just wanted to hear a little bit more about sort of, I know something you really have talked about a lot is your path to marketing was a bit untraditional. And can you sort of tell us a little bit about how you got into marketing, and then what advice would you give someone who's looking to pivot into marketing, who doesn't necessarily come from a marketing background?
Thank you for this question, because it's very personal to me, and I love telling this story whenever I can. So I was an economics major, went to Spelman College, knew I wanted to do investment banking. Afterwards, did not enjoy it over the summers, but still did it because I didn't know what else to do. We didn't have social media and LinkedIn and all of that stuff back then to really, I would say, plug yourself into different opportunities. So for me, I went into banking, sales and trading. And a year in, I just knew for sure that I was not going to make it another day. Instead of quitting because I needed to support myself, I just took the stance of figuring out people to meet with. I reached out to every mentor type of person I ever had met in life, which, now it's even easier, right? You look somebody up on LinkedIn and you see that they're doing something you think you would be interested in. You shoot them a note. The worst they can say is no. But back then it was, can we meet for coffee? Can we meet for lunch? Can we meet for dinner on the weekends, anytime? I mean, I was running around New York City, meeting with people to learn about their career paths, how they enjoyed it, why they enjoyed it, to make sure that it aligned to what I wanted to do. So I figured out that I had never heard of brand management. I learned about brand management from a mentor, Jerry DeVard. She told me all about her career. I talked to a few more people that she put me in touch with, that I found on my own. And I was like, this is what I need to do. And the why is because it's marketing, but it's not just creative. There was an analytical piece. And so I would be able to sell my background in finance to them and the analytics versus, I couldn't go to like a creative agency because they'd be like, what are you talking about? And so with that, I was fortunate, interviewed with Pepsi. They said, okay, if you can, pass 3 trading license exams, you can probably figure this stuff out. And so I started at Pepsi. My boss from finance, when I told him I was leaving, he looked at me and he said, you're leaving to go sell soda? And, I said, well, it's not selling, I'm going to be creating strategies and all these different things. He says, you're never going to make money like this again. If you go to marketing, you're never going to, what are you doing with your life? He literally said a lot of things I would have I could easily see scaring people to not do it, right? But he told me, he said, if you don't like it, you've got a job back. Like, come back within a year and we'll figure it out. May not be this desk, we'll figure something out, because I just don't want you to lose on this opportunity. So a few things there. Wherever you are now, just do your best. Do your best, even if you don't like it. Build relationships with people so that people care and are invested in you. Because the thing is, if you work in a regular company, what's easiest is transitioning within the company. Citigroup didn't really have a big marketing division, and it was very top heavy. And I knew that it wasn't going to be looked well upon trying to do that within Citi. So I had to look outside. But if you're in a traditional company, I see it at Kimberly-Clark, I've seen it at Pepsi a ton. People go from finance into marketing, and you may have to take a role back, but like, that is the best and safest way to try something new. To that, I'll also say, a lot of people will say, oh, well, you want to do a career switch, you have to go to business school and do it. And that's certainly one way to do it. But you can also just find a job doing it. And, you may have to take a step back. I mean, I took a huge pay cut going from banking to marketing. But the savings came in that, well, I didn't go to business school and figured out what I wanted to do and was able to make this leap, right? So that is my path. And then once I got to Pepsi, really just grinding. And, I didn't have perfect reviews all the time, right? It was like, strong in this area, needs help on the creative. So I'm like, okay, well, how do I work on the creative? And then I had a manager that was like, needs help on the analytics. And I was like, what? What's going on here? And so, it's never going to be a streamlined path, but I encourage anybody looking to transition into marketing to do your research, to talk to people, and to really figure out what part of marketing best suits you. Is it the creative? Is it the digital? Is it the e-commerce side? Like, what skills do you have now that will allow you to transition in? And then from there, you can do other things.
No, that's awesome. And I thank you so much for joining me today. No, I think that's really good advice, and something that really resonates with me too. So it was really great chatting with you.
Absolutely.
And I'll hand it back over to Izzy.
Yeah, thank you both so much. And Kimberly, I really enjoyed listening to your story about going from a global to regional role and what they both entailed, as well as just your personal journey to get to where you are today. It's really inspiring. So thank you. And thank you, Ariane, as well. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Ariane. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. So next up, I'm excited to introduce Melissa Feemster, the co-founder of Team Bespoke, as well as Jennifer Goodwin, the Director of Partnerships at Honey. I should be doing shortly. Hi, Melissa.
Hello, how are you, Izzy?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Great, excited to be here. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for being here. We're excited to have you.
Hi, Izzy. Thanks for having us.
Hi, Jennifer. Awesome. Well, I'll hand it over to Jennifer. Take it from there.
I believe you were going to play, we had a video from one of our influencers that you were going to play first, and then we'll go into our conversation.
We have a very serious problem. My mom is currently online shopping, and I don't think she has Honey installed on her computer. I need to put an end to this. Wait, Mom, before you check out, do you have Honey installed?
What's Honey?
Oh, no. It's a free browser add-on that automatically applies coupon codes when you check out online.
So what's the catch?
There is no catch. My mom wants to buy these 3 jackets online. They cost $639. Before you check out, Mom, can you just open a new tab and then type in joinhoney.com. Now just click add to Chrome. Perfect, now hit apply coupon code. Give Honey 5 seconds and boom, it found a coupon code for $221. We're literally about to check out without Honey. That is a sin. I have a challenge for all of you. Go to every computer in your house, your mom's, your dad's, your sister, your brother's computer, and install Honey. It's free and only takes 2 clicks to install. There's no reason not to go to Join Honey.
Melissa, can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Okay.
I think we just lost the end of it, but.
We did, and that's okay. At least we saw the beginning. So now people can go back and find Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Here we go.
Give Honey 5 seconds and boom, it found a coupon code for $221. We're literally about to check out without Honey. That is a sin. I have a challenge for all of you. Go to every computer in your house, your mom's, your dad's, your sister, your brother's computer, and install Honey. It's free and only takes 2 clicks to install. There's no reason not to go to joinhoney.com right now on every computer in your house.
I love him.
There we go. There we go. Welcome everyone to our session, Diversify Beyond Social. Curate an offer to match your brand values and leverage reward solutions to distribute it. We hope you enjoyed our influencer video. I apologize, it was a little glitchy there, but it walked you through how Honey helps users save time and money. My name is Jen Goodwin, and I'm the Director of Partnerships for Honey. I'm thrilled to also introduce you to an industry veteran with me today, Melissa Feemster. Melissa is co-founder of Team Bespoke, an agency that specializes in helping new and emerging D2C brands enter the affiliate marketing space. Prior to co-founding Team Bespoke, Melissa was the general manager of Rakuten, one of the largest affiliate networks, and she also had 2 very successful exits from startups. I should also note Melissa and I are personal friends as well as professional. We've had quite a few dinners with our husbands and many laughs. So Melissa, you're currently running many D2C programs across several verticals in the affiliate marketing space, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. That was why I was so excited to join you today. So thank you for having me. Actually, Kimberly was referencing how in your career, you need to really talk to people who are going to make you a better person in your career. And I feel like one of those people for me is you. So here we are together speaking today, which is pretty cool. At Team Bespoke, we work with a number of DTC brands. And so our goal today is really to give you some concrete examples that hopefully you can walk away with and really put some new tactics into place. Some of the brands we work with are Outdoor Voices, Urban Stems, Fenty Beauty, in fact, all of the Kendo brands, Lunya, on the food side, Hue Kitchen, Ollie Vitamins, Carbon 38, Entire World. There's a bunch, but
quite
we
a
really
list.
like to work with brands that, well, we like to work with folks who are excited to do new things in the space, right? I feel like we'll talk about how affiliate is, really morphing and changing, and we definitely like to work with folks who are always on the forefront. So, but now let me introduce you, Jennifer. So Jennifer is one of the most respected and award-winning talents in the affiliate marketing industry. I'm going to make you blush now, but it's true. She's really well respected. She's built relationships across the entire ecosystem. That's with publishers, agencies, networks, and advertisers. And her role is really to work directly with those partners to grow her team's portfolio at Honey. She negotiates higher commissions, presents new products and technologies, and proposes new advertising campaigns. Her past experience includes working at an agency, PMX, at a couple of different publishers, coupons.com and Brad's Deals. And through all of those, she's really had a couple of successful exits as well, including Honey's acquisition by PayPal.
Oh, yeah, a very exciting one, especially PayPal. Well, thank you so much, Melissa. I appreciate that. We know that many of you are joining us from different types of brands, so we want to be sure to make the content today as relevant as possible. Because Melissa and I have been in the affiliate industry for an incredibly long time, we've learned that you always need to start with the definition of what is affiliate marketing. Melissa, do you want to start us off?
Sure. I mean, we've been in this industry since 2004. And so sometimes I still feel like it's hard to define it quickly, but I will try my best. So affiliate is a great tool that fits within an overall digital marketing mix. I feel like lately it's been termed a little more of a partnership channel, but at its core, I think it's defined as a way to distribute your brand to partner sites. You create a payment relationship that is on a CPA basis or cost per acquisition, so only when someone buys something, and you pay out a commission to the partner sites, and that can range anywhere from 5 to 15% usually. So you can look at your affiliate channel as driving both conversion as well as sort of top of funnel discovery, and that kind of depends on the partners that you're working with. And when you look at the channel overall as part of your marketing mix, I think it should represent between 10 and 25% of your overall online sales. That's a pretty big range. So that depends where you fall in that range. It's kind of like, do you have physical stores? How much do you discount? Do you sell on Amazon? Things like that. And so those can kind of dictate kind of where you fall there. But on the DTC side, I find that many of our clients come to us for affiliate as a way to diversify spend beyond social. They feel like they've become really reliant on that channel. And obviously there have been a lot of changes lately. And so they're like, what can we do to make up some gaps in our social performance, and how can we look to affiliate to do that? It's always a very cost efficient channel. It should be one of your most cost efficient channels, potentially just behind email. So it's definitely a great place to look for growth. And as we go through the presentation today, we're going to talk about some specific examples of how to really grow your program.
Great. And I think, one thing you touched on, what I personally love about the affiliate channel is the human aspect. We rely on really strong relationships between advertisers and publishers, but most importantly, the consumers. So we hold like what we do right. We want to make it right for the business. But at the same time, really understanding your customer holds most of the value to achieve success. So it's a distinct difference from most other channels you will run. It requires relationships and a network of connections to run a best in class program. So definitely. And now that we've defined our space, why don't we talk about how Honey sees ourselves as a leader within it? So when you embark upon an affiliate marketing program, you'll have a few partners who are big like Honey and reliable revenue generators such as Honey. And then you'll likely have some smaller strategic partners as well. And today we want to be sure that you learn about the partnership with Honey and what it can bring to your brand.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Honey is a partner that can drive volume. For our clients, the options for driving growth that can really make up a gap in social are pretty limited. There aren't a lot of places to turn for scale, right? So Honey is one lever you can tap into. There are 29 million members of Honey who have opted in and asked for Honey to provide them the best price. So, but one thing I think it would be great to start out, since this is mostly a DTC audience, is to talk about when we say best price, please don't always think discounting. I think that's partly why we gave this session the title we did. We know that many DTC brands don't love to discount heavily. So if you can find something that's true to your brand, but also communicate, this is the best price. I feel like that's what a Honey user really wants to see. So Jen, when I hear brands say, I'm scared to work with Honey because they need a deep discount, what would you say to that?
I would put my sales hat on and I would say, of course, we would love a 20% off coupon for your brand, but that's absolutely not required. It can be as simple as sharing your brand's key promo dates and any generic codes that the brand has already in use. And really from there, we can discuss all the different opportunities that Honey can offer and that fits each individual brand. We have a dedicated accounts team that works closely with our advertisers in helping find what's best for their KPIs and strategy. And we also have the most amazing content team that will add offers pretty quickly. I think you've seen that, Melissa. And of course, our users love exclusive offers, but we're absolutely willing to work with each individual brand to drive success in whatever way is really mutually beneficial to both advertiser and Honey.
Cool. Well, I referenced that you're one of the few options that really has scale to drive volume. How many users do you have and how many merchants do you work with?
Good question. So Honey is an end-to-end online shopping platform, and we're trusted by over 29 million members, as you've said. And we help save time and money. And we also help brands drive sales. So we have a full product suite that works as an optimization ecosystem at each stage of the consumer journey, from discovery to purchase, with specific products like Honey Gold, offers, store tips, that do a lot of the heavy lifting to engage and reward our shoppers. And our solutions help partners attract new customers and foster loyalty that keeps them returning to your store. So I'll share a couple really cool, exciting stats. As I said above, Honey has 29 million users. As you said earlier, we were acquired by PayPal over a year and a half ago. PayPal has 392 million active accounts. So big numbers and very exciting for the future with Honey and PayPal. Honey is partnered with over 10,000 stores. Honey drives 600 million monthly GMV to our advertisers, and Honey drives higher conversion. So shoppers using Honey are 166.6% more likely to make a purchase than a shopper who visits the brand's website and didn't use Honey.
I think that's a pretty impressive statistic.
It is. That's why I like to say it, pull it out when it's important.
I love it. Well, let's get into the consumer a little bit. Do you skew more male or female? And how do you guys kind of think about and define a typical honey user?
So we have a very healthy mix of both male and female, which is a little bit unusual for the loyalty coupon space, but it's also exciting. So we engage with a very unique demographic of millennials. They over-index on income and education. And so the value proposition of these interactions is really less about discounting and more about time savings and convenience. So for them, the message is really feeling good, being smart and savvy about making a purchase, and they want it now. So they know that Honey has their back. Over the last few years, we've seen an enormous amount of user growth. In the last year, we started acquiring users predominantly around social media, but have expanded to podcast sponsorships, YouTube influencer campaigns, Spotify ads, and even TV ads. And we also are on the work with the LA Clippers. We've got an incredibly robust user acquisition and growth team that's leading the charge there.
I mean, as example, what we saw at the beginning of the talk with the influencer campaigns you ran, you had so many influencers who have supported downloading Honey, which I think is really fun.
Absolutely.
So I know you guys recently conducted a consumer study, and I feel like in these times we are all sort of craving some recent consumer data. So Jennifer and I thought it might be fun to highlight some of the stats from the study that Honey did. Honey commissioned Atomic Research to survey more than 2,000 customers. So a pretty good sample size there.
Yeah.
And I'll start with one piece of data that kind of reinforces that what we kind of know about the pandemic, but 69% of respondents said that they had been online shopping more during the pandemic. Not so much of a surprise. We've seen that a lot. But there was a really unique data point that came out of it that really gets into some consumer psychology. And I feel like those of us in marketing, many of us are fortunate to have retained our jobs through the pandemic. And, we sort of sit in our land of data where all we see is sales going up and up and up in e-commerce. Right. And we kind of forget what's, really happening in the world. So 58% of respondents said they had experienced a decrease in household income since the start of the pandemic.
Wow.
I think that's a pretty powerful statistic, is really reminding us, I feel like DTC brands are great at the connection with the consumer, asking a lot about what product enhancements do they want and things like that. But when we want to meet the consumer where they are, thinking about value in these times is actually kind of important. And again, that doesn't have to be a discount. It can be in a way that's authentic to the brand. But as you think about people having a decrease in household income, I think, figuring out that might be the new normal for a little while is right. Something that, sort of changes your strategy a little bit. And there were a couple more things in the survey that I liked that were talking about the actual, they're scared to pay full price. So they talked about paying full price can lead to anxiety, frustration, and guilt. And 61% of respondents said they feel buyer's remorse within a few hours of making a full price purchase. So these stats are part of why I think it makes sense for a brand in the DTC space to work with Honey in these times. It shows that you care about getting consumers the best price, even if that's just some Honey Gold that helps them feel like they got a real value, even if it's not a discount.
No, absolutely. And I think you left out two very important stats from the research. I know 62% of Americans experienced FOMOod, which is fear of missing out on deals, instead of FOMO, FOMOod. So fear of missing out on deals, I love that. And then when they chose not to buy a discounted item they see and want, and then 75% of parents believe that getting a good deal is a sign of being a good mom and dad. And I thought that was super interesting. I was terrible at deals before I got into the deal space, and now I'm really, really good. So it's true. It's all true. Melissa, so how do you advise clients to think about their offer mix with Honey?
Sure. I mean, I think you have to think about the best offer for each type of partner that you have in the affiliate program. I mean, for Honey, this offer is likely going to get the most redemptions of any offer you have out there digitally. I mean, besides maybe email or search, but I mean, this is going to get a lot of redemptions. So you have to be strategic, right? You have to think about how is this going to affect your margins? What products do I really want to move? And really lay it out and think about that. And then you also have to think about conversion. I mean, Jennifer talked about that statistic at the beginning that, folks who use Honey convert at 166% higher rate. So Honey is really the conversion push for consumers. And again, this is, it's always fun in these talks, to get slightly, I don't know, I'll call a spade, but controversial. I don't know.
Sure.
But sometimes I get into conversations with direct-to-consumer clients, and I really push them on this because they'll say, you know, am I paying twice? Is honey incremental and things like that? And I really believe that it is. And I think DTC brands spend a lot of money driving that top of funnel traffic. I mean, I think they're the best at really figuring out that social algorithm and getting people to the site. But at the end of the day, you get 100 people to the site. Even the best brands probably have 92% of those people leaving, right? I mean, the conversion rate top maybe 8%, industry average 2 to 4. So that means of those 100 people who are arriving, you know, somewhere between 92 and 98 of them are leaving. And so why not use a tool like Honey in order to convert those folks? Honey is an expert at it. They give their users confidence if they haven't been to your brand before, that it's a great site to buy from. So I really love having Honey in the mix in order to really push a consumer to convert.
And I love that. And I didn't even pay you for that. So thank you. That was amazing. I really appreciate that. I think it's important for people to hear that, because I do think sometimes because of the volume that Honey drives, the first question is, what are they doing? Are they doing something that isn't working for us? Are we able to do this without them? So I appreciate that. I have another question. So how have you used Honey to add value to some of your clients currently?
Sure. Again, talking about how it's a major volume driver, I'll talk about 3 tactics. I could go on and on, but I'll pull out 3. So one is increasing AOV, average order value. Second is to test offers. And my example is going to be with a new brand. And the third is to give Honey an exclusive offer in order to really drive volume in a pitch. So first, average order value. So we had a beauty client whose average order value was around $50 on Honey, and they really wanted to increase that. So we were going to try and get it to 60. We gave Honey an exclusive offer that was a gift with purchase. I'm sure many of you, if you are beauty brands on the phone, probably know that every beauty brand's got a closet with some good stuff in it that you can make into a GWP. So we were able to do that, create an exclusive GWP for Honey users for this brand. And we were able to run it for a month and increase that AOV to $60 as we wanted to. And it's a lever that they've been able to pull over time as they've had some, you know, sort of excess inventory that they wanted to turn into an exclusive offer. We've used that repeatedly, which I think is kind of cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, the second example is testing offers. So we launched with a brand that launched their entire brand, you know, with affiliate right from the launch, really in order to capture a lot of PR tracking at the time. But we also had Honey in the program, and we used Honey to test consumer offers. So they were, you know, they didn't want to be sending out a ton of emails because they were building their email list, right? They didn't have a lot of places to test offers. And so we used Honey to test those offers. So we tested buy one, get one. We tested free shipping, $1 off, percentage off. And they used that learning across their site, across a number of channels. So why not tap into Honey scale in order, you know, as you're a new brand, to really learn what will resonate with your consumers to actually convert them, which was kind of fun.
I love it.
And then my last example is kind of one of the reasons we chose this title for this talk. But, you know, obviously lately there have been a lot of changes in the algorithms on social, and some brands have whizzed on through and some have really struggled, you know, and the things that used to work for them, you know, haven't. And that happened to one of our clients in the fashion space. They're out fundraising. They need to be delivering to these goals that they set for monthly revenue. And they were kind of panicked. They're like, well, we get this worked out. What can we do? How can you help us? And so I said, I think we can turn to Honey. They are not a promotional brand. They only discount during Cyber Week usually. And so they were definitely very cautious to do something site-wide. And so I said, you know, Honey is, I don't want to call it like subtle, but I mean, it is a way to not, you know, put an offer directly out to your site or email. That's a way to get conversion using a discount. So we gave Honey an exclusive 20% discount for 1 week. It ended up making up a gap, an incremental gap over what Honey usually generated of between $500 and $1,000 a day. And that made a huge difference to them while they worked on their social algorithms and sort of figured it out. So there was a couple of rough weeks and we helped get them back on track. So again, I could give you many more examples, but I feel like you can chat with us in a Q&A. We've got questions at the end, or connect with either one of us on LinkedIn. We're happy to continue.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Cool.
Awesome.
Well, Jen, I feel like I talked about all these sort of business problems in a way that Honey can help DTC brands solve. Can you kind of walk through the actual technology that Honey uses and the different features you have so that the brands can really learn how to optimize their engagement with consumers?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I said earlier, the Honey platform is an end-to-end shopping experience So there's interaction at all stages of the shopping, including consideration, conversion, and retargeting. And we engage with users to message them about price changes, which is our drop list, loyalty points, which is our Honey Gold, and then coupon codes, which is just like literally a branded, whatever code you want, throw Honey in front of it. And this is all as an effort to give them the confidence to buy now. So I'll walk you through a few of our key products. We have a lot, and so I won't bore you with all of them, but I'll kind of highlight. I'll start off with the one most people who know Honey are very familiar with. It's our savings finder, and it was our silver bullet into the space. It was created to take the friction out of the online shopping, and our goal was to create a seamless and easy experience for users. And this resulted in keeping users on the brand's page, which in return reduced cart abandonment rates and cross-site shopping and a whole lot more.
Yeah, I think that is what you're most famous for.
Yeah, absolutely. And then from there, our products have really evolved over the past 8 years. On our joinhoney.com, our site where we are interacting with users at every touch point. We're not only the kings at the point of conversion, but we're initiating journeys as well. And we see 50 million visits to Join Honey a month. And then 16 million of these visits are unique. And in fact, more than half of these visits are direct type-in traffic. So this means that about 8 million users are starting their shopping journey with Honey. And this is really incredible. And it shows we are no longer a browser extension only publisher, which I love reiterating, because I think for so long, that's what everyone, talks about Honey, or, oh, you're just a browser extension. And we just have so much more to offer than that too. So I'll go into our Honey Gold. So Honey Gold is our points-based loyalty program where members can earn Honey Gold points on eligible purchases, and you get to redeem gift cards. And so Honey Gold presents a gamification that resonates really well with our Honey's millennial users. I love redeeming my points for gift cards as well. And I'm definitely not a millennial, so I think it works for everybody. But and it also works well with non-promotional brands because it's a point-based system. It doesn't devalue a brand. And Honey Gold works well for incentivizing to get the user to convert, and promotional brands as that added cherry on top. So it has proven to significantly reduce cross-site shopping and increase conversion rates, which is awesome.
Honey Gold's something I get a lot of questions about from clients. Can you sort of talk a little bit about how dynamic it is?
Sure. So let's say one of your makeup brands is in a slow month, but they still want Honey Gold on. We would make sure to have it at 1 to 5 to make sure that the brand doesn't lose the loyal Honey Gold customers. But at a time when it's really important to drive more revenue, when you have holidays coming and you have some amazing gift with purchase, so then you would ask us to increase, and it could be anywhere from 1 to 20, maybe 1 to even 30%, dependent upon what the brand is looking for, where it's really dynamic. So even if it's a short term where they have an offer that they really want to push and they only want to pay for, 10 days, we're able to go in and update that and make that work for them so that we can really help push and drive more revenue for them.
That's great. I feel like that happens a lot in the DTC world. They're like, okay, let's do a Memorial Day weekend sale, and we need for the next 7 days, something higher. Yeah,
absolutely. And we don't need much time. So, we've had many times where they're like, we really need this done now, and we can absolutely go in and make that happen. So it's pretty awesome, and it's worked well for our advertisers. So, and then we have, I know you and I have talked a lot about it, but not everyone else knows about it, but Honey Offers, which is super exciting. And it's our exclusive bonuses that are presented to our users while browsing specific products on the advertiser's site. So it's creating a call to action at the point of consideration. And this leads to increase in conversions and store revisits, plus a reduction in comparison shopping, which we've talked about. And these feel really like personalized individual offers. And it's fun for the advertiser because it controls a really fun and exciting interaction with the user. And they're able to really decide, where and what they want to push and what they're looking for. So we're seeing enormous increases in conversion rates and return on purchases. I have a few stats from our Honey Offers, and really what we've seen so far is about a 333% average lift in conversion rate after activating an offer. 87% a greater chance of revisiting a store within the 7-day window of an offer redemption, and then a 38% lift in 30-day to new customer repurchase rate, which is a return visit and purchase, which is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. I was literally just talking to a client about that, like the time to the second purchase and how important that is for them. And we talked about how you can really use Honey for it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, one thing I don't have on here is drop list. Drop list is one of my you and I both love drop lists.
Yes, we
so
do.
Drop list is where a customer can go in and say, oh my God, I love that makeup. I really want that lipstick, but it's $65. It's ridiculous on my budget. I can't afford it. They can go and put in a price that they're looking for. So if there's ever a sale on that particular item, we will shoot an email and notify them. And the open rate for that email is about 60%. So we're really seeing huge success with our drop list, and it'll just continue to get better and better.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I think we're getting close to time. So we're gonna show one more video, and then I think we have about maybe 8 to 10 minutes to ask questions. So if we could get Ravina to play the sizzle video, we can do that, and then we can follow up with questions. And if there's not time for questions, or if anyone doesn't have a question right this minute, as Melissa said, we are more than happy to have you reach out to us on LinkedIn, email, whatever works. We're always excited to help people get involved in affiliate marketing because we're both so passionate about it, and we definitely want to see more people begin to drive revenue and see how amazing this space is.
Meet Honey. We're a better way to buy. We help stores reach more customers who buy more often through a suite of features that work together across the shopping journey. JoinHoney.com is where members discover stores, products, and some of the best deals. Same goes for the mobile app. Members can follow stores, explore products, and more. Members love our browser extension. When they shop on different sites, Honey searches for coupons, and with one click, applies the best one we find. We even top it off with more reasons to buy. Honey Gold is our loyalty program where members earn gold. Gold they can redeem for rewards. When members get to a store's homepage, they can earn gold on products throughout the site. On product pages, they can earn bonus gold on that product through limited time offers. We turn shoppers into buyers through a universe of shopping features that all add up to more business. A better way to buy starts with a better partner. Honey.
Oh, and no technical glitches. This is amazing. It's huge. Melissa, I was going to say, if you want to take a look at some of these questions, I feel like several of the first ones are definitely, better for you to answer, especially because you are running with these advertisers.
Yeah, most definitely. Cool. One of the first questions here says, when you think of your DTC strategy in terms of finding new customers and keeping your brand loyalists, what role does data play? Customer acquisition, lapsed customers. So definitely, I feel like in the programs that we run, you look at your affiliate program like your 401k plan. You need a lot of different elements to it. And so there are certain publishers that drive a lot of new customers, and there are certain publishers who drive more conversion or repeat purchase. What I will say is that it also depends on where your brand is in its life cycle. So if you're a brand new brand, for many of our clients who launch, and we launch with Honey, of course, it's like between 70 and 90% new customers coming through Honey for the first year. I think that can last at higher than 60% new customers through Honey for the first 3 years or so. And then after that, once you become a little bit more mature as a brand, you're going to hover between 50 and 60. But I think that Honey will drive both new customers and repeats during that time. So what role does data play? I mean, everybody's got a different data story, right? And I think you can slice and dice and analysis paralysis to a certain point. And then you just also have to, again, think about that consumer mindset and where are they and meeting them. And they don't think in terms of the channels. They don't think in terms of the touch points and stuff. So you just have to say, okay, I'm investing holistically across my marketing channels this much. It's going to pay out. You don't get to a point where you're not making money across all of them, but affiliate's always going to be so efficient. It's going to fuel other places you can test. So use it in that way, I would say. I mean, do you have specific stats on new customers? I mean, you guys are investing so much in user acquisition. I feel like
we are
always really fueling new customers.
We are, and we're really focused. What we've gone out and talked to our advertisers and said, what's most important to you, and really what's most important to them is new users, new to file users. And so we work very hard. Honey offers, that's something that we really are seeing a lot of new to file on. There's lots of ways, especially as we integrate more and more with PayPal. when we're able to do more with them, I think we'll continue to be able to do just that, to drive that. So we definitely have amazing reporting that is exciting, because I think for so many years I've been in the space, and let's be clear, Melissa, there hasn't been a lot of great reporting. So reporting is getting better and better. I think we're all starting to really understand what the advertiser needs and what their wants are, and reporting is how they really are able to calculate their KPIs and how they're able to grow. And so it's important for us to be able to offer and deliver that to them.
That's awesome. Cool. Another question came in about what are some of the, or one of the most considerable benefits of launching a DTC brand is owning the relationship with your customers. So what are some of the challenges of owning this relationship? You know, I think you have to be a steward of that, right?
Yep.
But do you want to start that one, or do you want me to?
I think you go ahead and start, and then I'll follow up for sure.
Yeah, I think you know, when you think about how to sort of help that customer understand your brand, I always try and think of it in kind of a product life cycle. So as you come up with new products, can you guide them along sort of that journey? So there's a couple of ways to present those in the affiliate channel. You can do that through some content sites, you know, get an article in InStyle about that new product. And then you can also do that with a partner like Honey, where you're saying some of this offers and Honey Gold sort of coordination, where you're like, for these new products, we're actually going to offer more Honey Gold on those products in order to show consumers how much you want to purchase those. I would say that might be one answer to that question.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. And I also think another thing that we didn't really speak a whole lot on is, you know, something that Honey hasn't done in the past and we're starting to do is we're doing a lot with influencers. And so we're offering that to our advertisers, and we started doing newsletters. So there are so many different opportunities and way to test with Honey outside of Honey Offers, outside of Find Savings, outside of Honey Gold. So it's really giving you know, the advertiser or who wants to run this brand the opportunity to decide what works best. It's not, you know, one size fits all. Everyone's different. Everyone has their own wants and their own needs. And, you know, there's certain brands that have such tight margins, and we have to be really thoughtful when we come in. We can come in and do like, listen, we can lay this out for you all on, we'll turn it all on. Well, that's going to blow their budget. And then they're going to have to cut back on, you know, 90% of the other publishers out there that they're working with. That doesn't work. So it's really having open and honest dialect and conversations and taking the time to understand, you know, what the advertiser is looking for and what they need. And our goal isn't a short-term goal. It's long-term. We want long success with these advertisers to trust in us and to know that, oh, you know what? Honey is someone I can go to when I need to offload something that we bought too many things of, or when I want to do something that, you know, it didn't sell as much as we had hoped it would. And here we are. We're always here to, you know, to pull as many levers as we can.
Very cool. This next one really talks about the audience demographics and expanding that to be more inclusive. Like how is essentially the affiliate audience expanding as the industry grows and evolves? And I think that's a really good one because it definitely has. And I think, you know, partners like Honey, because of the investment you've done to get to the real younger consumer, have been really interesting. But a lot of our DTC clients are really coastal in their audience. So definitely have a huge audience in New York and the East Coast, and then California tends to be LA, especially if they're, you know, fashion and beauty focused, which many of our clients are. And so I think the affiliate channel really mirrors a lot of that same demographic. And so it allows you to reach those consumers really effectively. I'll let you talk about Honey specifically, but I can talk about some other folks. But like, if you think about the media publications, such as Condé Nast and Vox Media and New York Mag and stuff like that, they're a great way to kind of reach consumers there. And then the other thing we've seen as super effective is influencers too.
Absolutely.
When brands do direct deals with influencers and, you know, really sort of build out a strategy there, we've been able to really marry the influencers audience with the brand's audience in a way that really helps ensure sales. But I'll let you talk specifically about Honey.
Well, and that's what I was going to say too. So that's exactly right. You're so on point with that. So we do have so many influencers that we work with. And so we're able to say, you know, tell us what does your audience look like? Who would make the most sense for you to work with? We certainly don't want a brand to waste money and not make sure that we've really set them up for success. So we have our growth team. We've just have so many new opportunities that we're able to share with all of these advertisers that I'm excited, as you can tell. I'm super excited about it. And I think we're always going to be thoughtful with who we're working with, what their target audience is and how we make that work. Yes, we have millennials, which is incredibly unusual in this space. So most brands have been so excited to work with us because they hadn't gotten in front of the millennials, and now it was about like brand recognition. And so we've done that. And now that we're with PayPal, we have so many other users, you know, to get them in front of, which is very exciting. So again, we can, you know, work on a newsletter campaign. We can work on with influencers, and then there's a lot of other ways we can really sit down and you know, strategize exactly what and how that will look for them.
I love it. That's very cool. I think our last question kind of is an interesting one. It talks about, are there any potential trigger points that are holding you back from taking your strategy to the next level, or at least the level you were at prior to the pandemic? And I think for many of our brands, it's been supply chain.
Yeah, right.
So
we all know that's a
honestly,
problem.
it's been, you know, the stuff's not coming off the boats. The stuff's not getting to the warehouse in Kansas City.
Right.
And there's been insane demand. One of our beauty clients had a TikTok video go viral in March. They rebranded. They had this viral TikTok video, and it sold out in a week. I mean, the brand hit their like insane goals so quickly, and they can't get the stuff back until June and August. They like literally can't get it, you know, made fast enough. And actually,
Yeah.
Kimberly was talking about that on the prior session, just like what could our year have looked like if we'd had all that supply at Kimberly.
I know, and I think everyone has felt like that, right? If none of us, no one has a crystal ball. No one knew we had a pandemic on the horizon, right? So we weren't prepared. But now maybe we will be prepared. This is maybe the first. And so we're going to think a lot differently. And we've all been very successful working from home, which is something that I mean, you and I have worked from home.
You were a pioneer of that long before all of us.
I was a pioneer. I have to tell you, I didn't like you all at home. I preferred you all in the office. But I do think it works really well. We've seen that motivated workers have goals, and they can actually get a lot accomplished when, you know, waking up, taking a shower, and going to their kitchen counter, whatever that looks like to everyone. But I think we are almost out of time.
Almost out of time. I think so. Well, I'll just wrap it up with that inventory question and say, as brands get more careful with their inventory, I do think Honey is a place, if you ever overbuy, the place to definitely partner with in order to
always help
move through it, as the industry likes to say.
Absolutely. We're here to help you. But thank you so much for joining, Melissa. And thank you, Izzy, for having us. It was a really fun conversation, and we're always happy to be here. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you both for joining us. I'm a Honey user myself, so always
glad to hear it.
Yeah, to see what offers come through. So it was really interesting to hear all about it through the back end. So appreciate both of you and your time spent here today.
Thank you. Have a good day.
For having us.
Thanks, Melissa. Bye.
What an informative day it's been so far during our DTC Marketing Summit. I'm thrilled and truly so excited to introduce our final live cast of the day, featuring Carolyn Lee, the Chief Operating Officer at Vegamore, and Rachel Wintner, Brand Partnerships and Head of Entertainment Vertical at Outfront Media. Welcome, Carolyn and Rachel.
Hi there.
Hello.
We're just getting connected. If you want to just give us a quick,
no worries,
quick second.
There's Carolyn. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. I'm Rachel.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Trying to get the background going and it's not working today, so we're just gonna roll with it. And Izzy, thank you for the introduction. I really appreciate it. It's always a pleasure to be a part of Brand Innovators. We've been partners for a long time, and Carolyn, you know, I loved our prep yesterday. So welcome everybody to our direct-to-consumer marketing panel. It was really so much fun to realize that we've been parallel pathing from DC to Philly to New York.
I know.
Share a street in Los Angeles.
What a small world.
So for those of you on the session, Carolyn and I also share a background in women's lifestyle, amongst many other practices, which I'll have Carolyn talk about in a moment. But we've both spent a good amount of time in the digital world as well. So for me, coming to Outfront was an expansion from digital into really being able to, deep dive with brands into culture. And I love being able to help brands get creative, achieve their goals and find how out of home, and certainly now how digital out of home, alongside and in partnership with mobile, social, experiential, can strategically round out their media mix and be a brand marketer that also achieves their data goals through engagement. And so I know you are Chief Operating Officer at Vegamore, and after yesterday's deep dive into the business, which you'll share in a moment, I think part of your title should also certainly be Chief Growth Hacker as well. It's a really impressive story in a very short period of time, so congrats on tremendous success on the probably hardest business year in our lifetime, certainly, maybe one of the top ones of the century. So I'd love to kick off with you talking about your experience leading you to Los Angeles more. Please tell us about, this challenger brand that harnesses the power of nature through the lens of science, which I love. I think that's a beautiful way to express a holistic approach, and how you got to find this sweet spot, finding white space within a very crowded world of wellness and hair care.
Yeah, absolutely. So I had my 1-year anniversary at Vegamore a couple days ago. It's crazy that it's already been a year, speaking through the pandemic. I took this job, and this is just, such a change from what it was before, but took this job completely remotely through Zoom. So, I was living in New York, which is what we talked about, working at Saks Fifth Avenue, and this opportunity came up, and I met the founder through a series of Zoom interviews, and through that, talking through the opportunity of the growth of the brand, decided to move my family from New York to LA, having only been to LA 3 days prior. So I think with the what's happening in the world, it kind of makes you think about things differently, and take chances. So I joined Vegamore about a year ago, and we've just been on a tremendous growth path. So in 2020, we did 8x in revenue, what we did in 2019. And, this year we're hoping to do 3x what we did last year. So it's been a really amazing journey. For us, our business model is all D2C currently, looking at expanding into other channels, but it's really about growing the D2C channel and how we think about marketing in the most data-driven way. So excited to talk with you about that today.
So, and likewise, because, I know I've certainly been targeted by the brand. And in fact, since our phones do listen to us, when you and I hung up yesterday, I got served another influencer for Vegamore, and actually it was a friend of mine who I didn't even know was currently working with the brand. So it was just
small world.
Clash of kind of everything we had just talked about in terms of using, digital channels and being careful about, targeting and the right audience, and really looking to a lifetime user. So I would love if you could give us a bit of a deep dive on how you've used the channels effectively. I know for you, 3 of the pillars we talked about were education, subscription, and retention specifically, but to really create engagement marketing and not just direct marketing. So would love if you could take us down that path.
Yeah, so I think, for Vegamore, we're probably similar to other D2C companies where our main acquisition channels are paid social, so mostly Facebook, Instagram, and Google. I think for us, one of the things that has allowed us to be really profitable and scale is thinking about not just the acquisition cost, but how that marries against the lifetime value. So when we think about, the ads that we're putting out there and the campaigns and the audiences, we don't think about that from just a pure CAC perspective, but, we are actually looking at the data and saying, okay, what's the predictive LTV that customer is going to give us, and really making sure we're going after that cohort. So, especially starting out with even the content in our ads, and, maybe what you've seen is there's a lot of education. We don't do a lot of static ads. I think just putting that I think we realize that video and telling a story and making sure that the customer is educated from when they're coming in is what we found to be really effective in getting that repurchase to offset some of the high, acquisition costs that we're seeing as advertisers come back and CPMs continue to increase in some of the core digital channels. So I think that's for us, what we found to be really effective, we have two models, both, customers that can buy our products through one time or through subscription. I think we found a sweet spot of how to opt a certain percentage of those customers into a subscription model, which also allows us to offset that higher acquisition cost. But I think, it's really about marrying, I think before I joined, it was kind of, okay, let's look at just the platform ROAS, or let's just look at the CPA or the CAC, which is a bit one-sided because it doesn't tell the other side of the story, which is how you marry retention with acquisition.
And how do you feel that what you're doing, what is it that you're doing differently in the retention space that's really enabling you to enjoy this level of success and growth?
Yeah, so I think the first part is, making sure our customers are educated from the beginning. So, I think sometimes people order a product, and especially for ours, it does take time and consistency to see results with it. So instead of, someone like a weight loss program, like expecting to lose 50 pounds in 5 days, which is not going to happen. I think we say, hey, it's going to take a while. You need to stick with it. And it's a new routine that you're building up. So it's from the beginning, making sure that's very clear and making sure that customer is educated. And then right from purchase, making sure we have the right campaigns from an email, SMS perspective so that we're educating them. We're sending them an email right when they should be getting the product. Okay, after a week, we're saying, hey, don't expect to see results right away. You need to make sure it's a habit. We're giving them tips of set an alarm on your phone, take a picture. How we want to handhold them through the journey, because one is a different habit, and two, it is also personal as well. We want to make sure we're there for our customers and making sure that the experience they're having with Vegamore is holistic, just like what we want our products to be.
Yeah, and it's certainly emotional. I mean, people's relationship with their hair is very special.
Yeah, I think especially during COVID. Now I think a lot of people have expressed hair loss through stress, in this time, and that's kind of brought the conversation more to the forefront. I think before, especially for women, I think men talk about it almost all the time of, hey, this is kind of natural, but for women, it was not as talked about, whereas it's been great seeing this conversation saying, hey, it's normal. Everyone experiences it. Here's what's available. Here's, we want to also grow a community that we have on Facebook, where we have people, our customers, talking about not just Vegamore, but other products that they're trying, different, what they're going through, the results that they're seeing. And it's great seeing this community that's more about just, Facebook ads and, this purchase, but how people are really supporting each other through our brand.
So to that effect, I mean, ultimately you're creating a community as well, and storytelling your way through a subscription model, a retention model, and really, sort of scaffolding the beginnings of, what is brand marketing. So I'd love to dive in not only to, just sort of like what the evolution of that looks like from, a creative perspective and how to scale that, because it is, it's a wonderful story. And I think, to your point, having been able to grow so significantly during COVID is so interesting. It was a rough year. So people are having, hair loss on the one end from stress. And then on the other hand, people have never had sort of more time to, kind of take care of themselves and address a lot of sort of like the wellness and beauty category at home, which is why we saw such, huge surges in 2020, certainly. So, from a media mix modeling perspective and the challenge of growing brand, and obviously the expense of growing brand, how do you plan to look to other channels as you go forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we realize that we can't just rely on those core paid channels like Facebook and Google. We're starting to test into other channels. And, I think for us, since we're such a data-driven brand, that we want to make sure there's measurement and how we do it. We're onboarding an MTA vendor, and we just really want to be smart about how we spend that next dollar and making sure it's incremental. I think for us, especially with a new brand that's only D2C, there's, what we saw when we did some consumer insights work is that there was a lack of awareness. I think we have really strong brand loyalty from the customers that we have acquired, but from, overall, when you're competing with some of the larger names, there was a lack of awareness. So I think it's about how we think about that full funnel, what the additional, channels that we're testing into, whether those are podcasts or, I know we talked about out of home, from a data-driven perspective. I think how that all comes in and makes sure that we can measure it is really important for us.
So my personal experience with the brand has been a lot of, experiencing the content through the lens of social. So talk to me about how that channel has been important in your storytelling, growth, retention, education.
Yeah, that's kind of currently our primary channel. I think, we're able to hone in on the audiences that perform well. And I think we've developed a test and learn process that allows us to continue testing different content, different funnels, from the ads to the landing pages that allow us to make sure we're speaking different messaging. I think, as you mentioned, hair in particular is really personal for women, but it's not all the same. Some people want to grow their hair to be really long and full, and some people are, experiencing hair loss or hair thinning. There's different goals of hair goals, as you can say, and we want to make sure we're speaking to those and not just speaking to a wider audience. I think people have also said, why don't you target men and women? How do you think about that? And I think for us, we want to be really specific to the audiences that we're talking to and making sure that we have content throughout. But I think there is a certain ceiling likely of, for the core channels, and we want to make sure we're also diversifying from a risk perspective. We all know we've talked about iOS 14, all these things that are outside of our control. So we want to think about our media mix and how we make sure that we're de-risking, finding new avenues to acquire customers, and also acquiring the right customers.
Has there been anything, as you've been testing and learning in the last, 2 years, let's say, or year since you've been there, that hasn't really worked the way you expected it might? Like, I think, it's always a great opportunity to talk about the things that equally, don't work for the folks.
Yeah, I think, we've been experimenting a lot with different, leading with which product. We have, our hero SKU, which is our hair serum, and we've for most of 2020, we had basically 4 SKUs and 2 variations of those SKUs. And then late last year, we really expanded our product range. I think right now what we're learning is how we balance out marketing, not just the hero SKU, but new SKUs, how you balance out the increases in CPMs with, what the returns are from an AOV perspective. So I think there's a lot that we've learned, and also what ads and content really resonate across different channels. We've tested different formats, different models, and making sure what models resonate. I think we mentioned, there's one I think that people recall from our ads, which her name is Caroline, not me, but she has just the most amazing hair. But we saw that she resonated with certain audiences, but not others. So I think it's really about segmenting and making sure the content that we're putting in front of their customers are really resonating. We're sending them through the right funnels.
So you're using, sort of the influencers or, brand spokespeople, if you will, as part of the actual targeting itself to see, what personalities map back to potential.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think.
I'm sure Caroline visited my Instagram feed.
Yes.
I'm very confident about that.
Yes, for sure. And I think, people have different, again, she has really long, beautiful, full hair, but then, we have other content that talks about, hey, it's really hard to experience hair thinning, but everyone, it happens to everyone, and you're not alone, and that resonates with a different audience. So we want to make sure we're not just pushing the same messaging out and trying to have a one size fits all, but really thinking about, okay, what messages resonate with this audience? How do we educate them when they come to the site so that they're converting? Then how do we make sure we're, from a retention standpoint, giving them the right experience so that they're sticking with our brand and not just saying, okay, I bought it, then I forgot, and we continue to move on.
Got it. Has there been anything that has been unexpected that you found in sort of the data feedback loop in terms of, sort of person to person targeting, if you will?
Yeah, it's surprising because you think certain, content or models should work with different audiences, but that's not always the case. I think one thing that we talked about, which has been somewhat challenging for a growing brand, is like the team size and how we continue to scale, not just our media spend, but also the team that's there to support both, additional ad campaigns as well as content creation. So I think, as we're finding, hey, this model works or this message really resonates, now we're kind of faced with how do we scale the team so that we can create more of that? And that's what we're currently working on.
Got it. So in terms of brand expansion, you did drop a little carrot with me, and we won't scoop anything, but in terms of sort of next phases for the brand, do you want to talk a little bit about growth and goals and what that might look like, in terms of brick and mortar and expansion into other retailers and helping the brand sort of really, be beyond the DTC channel? Exactly.
Yeah, and I think, the ultimate goal for Vegamore is to create this white space of hair wellness and really be kind of the brand that's associated with that, from a customer standpoint. And I think we know that we can't just do that through our own D2C channel in just, North America. So for us, it's really, I think, as we think about the next 2-year plan, it's expanding from D2C to omni-channel, partnering with, with a very large beauty brick and mortar or wholesaler that hopefully should be announced soon, and then really expanding into other regions. We know that hair wellness and the Vegamore products is not just a North America targeted product, but should, I think women everywhere globally are experiencing, the need for Vegamore products. So I think our focus is how we expand that from a D2C perspective into other regions. But again, that comes with not just marketing challenges, but also operational challenges. So those are just some things that are currently on our roadmap.
What are the wish list sort of next regions for rollout? Where are you hoping to exist in the world next?
Yeah, I think for us, it's really, we feel like definitely EU and the UK. We started testing into it. I've seen some great feedback from those channels. In addition, China, Korea, we've started, working with a couple of influencers there. So we feel like there's a couple of major regions for us. And I'm really excited to see what that looks like, which, different content, different strategies, but it's really exciting to think about the potential expansion.
Completely. And how does that also affect in terms of targeting? You mentioned earlier that right now it's focused toward women. I'm sure with diversity and an incredible, LGBTQIA audience out there, of whom everybody still loves hair, whatever that hair looks like for that person at that time. How are you starting to think about, even within the same model, messaging to that, extended community as well?
Yeah, I think, it's really about diversifying our marketing, content, the assets, making sure that, again, it's how we speak to those audiences, how we make sure that the messaging that we're delivering is resonating within that, and just looking at, what those target audiences are and making sure that the messaging is relevant for those people.
Fantastic. So we're going to have Q&A shortly, but we do still have some time. So I'd love if you could just share maybe some of like your favorite moments or defining moments for Vegamore as a brand, whether that's, maybe there's something that happened on social or in the real world. Who do you think is doing it really well in the DTC space at large? It doesn't need to be specific to beauty by any means. Would just love to hear a little bit more from you being on the inside of a very, very happy, popular.
Yeah. No, there's been such for us, I think for me, especially, it's been amazing seeing the team grow. When I joined Vegamore a year ago, we were 8 people. If you could imagine, just a very lean startup. We also do all creative and media buying in-house. So, it was a very, very lean organization. Right now we're at, I think 30, 32 people. So we've just scaled the team. So that's been incredibly, rewarding and amazing just to bring on such an amazing team to help the business scale. And it's been super exciting because we're trying to do things, you know, differently than previous D2C companies to figure out, okay, what is the right, you know, testing methodology? What's the right media mix for us? How do we look at our customers differently in our messaging? So it's been really great to collaborate with the team. And I think that's been the most rewarding piece to that. You know, of course, for us, Black Friday, Cyber Monday was like an insane period. I don't think we ever expected that type of result. You know, we were able to really scale our media, acquire customers really efficiently. We saw those customers come back. I heard from, you know, the previous session that they ran into some operational issues, and we ran into those as well, because I don't think we ever expected that big of a lift. And they were mentioning having issues getting the products off the boat, like get it undocked from the port, and we're experiencing something similar. So it's been really rewarding trying to figure out those challenges and work with the team, and also build a team to scale. You know, I think companies that we think are doing it really well, you know, I get ads from Curology all the time. I think they're thinking about, you know, having different content for different audiences. I think their landing pages are really strong, and we definitely take some inspiration and think about how that resonates for Vegamore. I think Ritual also does, you know, things really well. And from, you know, from an onboarding standpoint and their ads and how they look at it, then I think you think about kind of the best in class larger D2C brands like Harry's and Warby Parker. I mean, those, you know, they kind of paved the way, and I think there's still some, look at what they were able to do in that customer relationship that they were able to harness and how they expanded across different channels. I think there's still, it was amazing what they were able to do. And, you know, how we kind of take those learnings and figure out, okay, what's the Vegamore way to do that? I'm curious, what about you? Like, I'm sure you guys look at, you know, best practices all the time and think about what's next. So would be curious to get your take.
Sure, I love the question in return. So it's a really relevant one, particularly, you know, coming into the out of home space for me.
Yeah.
Direct to consumer has just been a massive channel, and we've seen that behavior actually also replicate like through the tech sector too. So for me, you know, I think as a lot of the D2C brands have started, they've all started with digital channels, right? So we've come to know them through our social feeds and through, you know, search certainly. And then, you know, I think as that rapid growth happens and you start to need to layer in the brand, whether you're thinking about more funding, whether you're thinking about going public and going the IPO route. So out of home becomes very prevalent in terms of becoming a brand in the world and in culture. So we're steeped in it and I love it. For me, some of my favorite campaigns that have actually resonated, and this one is like a real-time thing because I traveled a couple of weeks ago and I, you know, opened up the cabinet and like the suitcases were so dusty, and the ones that I used for travel all of a sudden looked so small, even though I could do a week in New York. And I was like, I got in my car and I drove to the Away store and I just bought a suitcase, like no questions asked. I didn't even like, and I was kind of scared of the hard case because I feel like with soft, you can shove more in there and I'm a shoe girl. So we always need more room, you know? And so, you know, just kind of having watched the evolution of that brand. And I think, you know, sort of the ones who have done it well, where it's a really nice sort of combination of out of home plus social channels, of course, having sort of, you know, ongoing, really pertinent kind of conversations with their brand customers on a regular basis, eventually kind of really seep in. And I'm even seeing a lot of them now starting to go the direct mail route again. I'm starting to get catalogs constantly. It feels like 1980 up in my, you know, poor mailbox. It hurts my heart a little bit for the trees, but, you know, all of a sudden, you know, another, I think a really good D2C example, you know, is someone like Parachute, who came out really strong and then, you know, moved into retail. And now all of a sudden I have these beautiful catalogs on my table and I need bedding. And it's like the brand that's in my mind. I've never bought it. I've been watching it for years, you know, but I'm moving into the next cycle, much like with Away, you know, that resonates and sort of, you know, stays with me.
Yeah, it's been super interesting of like taking channels that, you know, people think of like, okay, that was 5 years ago or 3 years ago and no longer relevant D2C, and how those channels have really evolved and brought like a data-driven component. You know, we're talking about programmatic out of home. I mean, I was at Saks and we did, you know, a ton of out of home, but it was always really hard to measure of like taxi tops and, you know, the bus shelters, but how people are able, you know, companies are really evolving to be able to show, hey, this is the incremental lift that you see. And, you know, from a funnel perspective, it's been really exciting to match those channels with the data-driven, you know, approach that we're moving towards.
And I think that's the beauty where the two things can now be married. So for example, like, you know, one of the things when I'm looking into the out of home category that I used to joke about, and since I live in Los Angeles and now you do too, I always felt like, you know, Sunset Boulevard was like my new version of the TV guide that we grew up with. Like if I didn't work in the business and I didn't see RFPs, I think the only way I would know what I was watching would be by driving up and down La Cienega and Sunset all the time. That's my roadmap for what I'm watching next. And now with that ability with digital media and, you know, mobile retargeting, you know, it's like if I drive by those boards, now I'm being reminded on my phone, you know, however much later, you know, this HBO Max show or this Netflix show or this, you know, next movie, or by the way, the, you know, Cruella, you know, collaborations that are happening are now, you know, being served to me. And so the, you know, the headspace continues to keep me going down the funnel. So, you know, it's EDC, but I'm seeing it in other categories too, you know, certainly for tech. And I think that they've done it really beautifully in terms of kind of, you know, Twitter, especially marrying what's happening in culture, you know, to messaging in a way that really resonates. And I think, you know, brands that sort of, you know, can find that sweet spot, we're seeing a ton of success and resonating messages as well. But I appreciate
yeah, of course.
And as we get into our last 10 minutes, there are quite a few questions for you. And I think this one was teed up really well, that has a lot to do with customer journey and how have you seen it evolve, you know, particularly since you are storytelling, you're leveraging, you know, influencers, you're getting the feedback loop from your consumers by being able to have them, you know, be a part of a subscription model and work through that feedback. So how have the changes in customer journey impacted your approach to, you know, digital media or just media in general?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we think about it in how we can reach them in different ways and what's the most effective channels that we can reach them after we acquire them. You know, I think we've talked a lot about acquisition, and then, you know, after that, I think one of the biggest focuses for us is after we acquire them, what are the right channels to continue talking to them on, and how do we continue to engage them beyond just a pure marketing perspective, whether that's getting them involved in our community on Facebook, getting them, you know, in our loyalty program, getting them, you know, we want to have experts so that if they have questions, which, you know, people have such a unique situation that they're in, you know, making sure that they have experts to ask, whether that's a concierge program or an appointment that they can book. I think it's giving them access to different points and making sure that they understand, hey, here's how all these things play together, and thinking about the most effective channel to serve that up, whether that's email, SMS, how we get them back on our site, you know, how we bring experts in. I think those are all, you know, how we want to continue to evolve the customer journey with us.
And what's top of mind for you as you think about supporting and engaging today's consumer? How might it look different than your days at Saks or Calvin or, you know, Boston Consulting Group previously?
Yeah, oh my gosh, I feel like it's so much different. I feel like the customer expectations are really different, that, like, you know, attention spans are much different. I think from a content perspective, before it was commercials and, you know, huge from a, you know, when I was at Calvin, it was billboards and huge, like Justin Bieber, you know, in his underwear campaigns, which now it's like, you know, from when I think about the content of Calvin versus at Vegamore, it's a lot different. And I think it's, how do you stay relevant to the customer? How do you make sure you're being served in the channels in which they're looking? How do you do marketing slightly differently so that, you know, your content doesn't look the same as everyone else's? I think that's the conversation we have a lot, which is we can't look like every other beauty company, because they're going to see so much of that. And, you know, it's the easiest thing just to scroll past that, but how do you make sure you're resonating? And it's a consistently evolving process.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's super interesting. And so I think a question that backs up to that well is, from a consumer engagement perspective with your products, how does that drive the content strategy?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really like, we do a lot of consumer insights work to understand of our current customers, what's resonating, why did they buy, what was the concern, what else are they shopping. So I think it's a consistent feedback loop that's not just, hey, what's performing well, but making sure, okay, did the content that we were serving match up with the original intent, and how do we make sure it continues to improve along relevancy there. And I think it's just us being able to use, as much data points as possible to think about that, and also being creative. I think for us, one thing that I have to balance is I come from a very data-driven mindset, but Dan, the founder, has the vision, and along with our VP of marketing, creating this white space. So it's not just about what's worked before, but how you weave in kind of the art and science to make sure that you're not just iterating on tests, but also thinking about new messaging and seeing what resonates.
So as you're thinking about your customer, these are two questions that are kind of related. How are you thinking about them now and in sort of what the new normal is? And I think part two of that is, how did, COVID impact your marketing strategy and your transformation plans as you go into the new year? Because I think they're kind of tied closely together.
Yeah,
What
I think it's for sure. I think it's a couple of things. I think, it starts with one, at least from a distribution standpoint, right? During COVID, it was just D2C. We were very much focused on it. And now, as we go to the new normal, okay, what does that look like? How do we expand our distribution so that we're reaching places, people are going to go back to stores. How do we make sure our products are there? People are going to be outside traveling. Those are all new activities that we just haven't done in the past year. So how do we make sure we're continuing to stay relevant, and also being realistic about, hey, there was this COVID impact across our paid marketing, but it's going to be more competitive, and people are going to spend their share of wallet across travel and experiences and dining that they just weren't doing in the past year. So I think it's a mixture of those. I think from a product standpoint, we've also been evolving so that, we have our dry shampoo launch and a shampoo and conditioner. So you just don't have to use the serum. How do we make sure that we're also having products that fit into, everyone's new routine that is slightly different than what people were doing? I think for a period of time, I was working from home. I wasn't putting on that much makeup. It was slightly different. Now you're like, okay, I have to put on makeup and do my hair. And it's like, okay, what are the products? How do we make sure we continue to change our product assortment so that, we're changing with the customer as the new normal evolves?
And I would imagine it also opens the doors to have sort of a different tenor and tone in your creative. I think a lot of brands, were very careful to be out there, but still be sort of conservative and appropriate, during a unprecedented year, if you will. And now to your point, it's like, is it travel? Is it dinner? Are we shopping? Oh my, there's everyone that, and then those dollars are going to be dispersed in our, lifestyles again differently. So have you already started to see the shift in your communication and tone in terms of content that you're putting out from an ad perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that we talk about for sure. And again, I think this goes back to the testing of okay, different audiences will have different, tones and content that will resonate. And, I think everyone is a bit unclear of what the new normal is. I think we're still trying to figure it out in LA, which is also different than New York. And, we have to also think about where our customers are and what they're experiencing. I think that was one of the eye-opening things, even during the time of COVID, what was happening in LA was much different than what was happening in New York. And I think for us, it's also getting to that level where we're really thinking about, okay, from our customers, where are they and, what are they experiencing?
Exactly. Oh, I like this question. So in terms of, I'll rephrase it a little bit, in terms of what's keeping you up at night of it all, what's top of mind for you as you think about supporting and engaging today's consumer, right? So knowing that you're working off of data-driven, feedback loops and, building content and a brand, what are sort of the things that you're always kind of just most careful about or nervous about, feel like you need that extra support in?
Yeah, I think, for us, it's really around like building this team.
You're just growing.
And I think that's the focus for us. We're a really lean team for the size of the business. So I think kind of the focus for us is building the team and the processes to sustain our growth. I think we have a ton of good ideas, and for a fast growing company, it's okay, how do we make sure we're finding the team that can execute against it? Obviously, the other thing is like, what's the new normal and what does that look like? For us, I think one of the things is we need to continue to test into new channels to de-risk from the core ones, which is another piece. But I think those are the two things that kind of keep us up at night, is how do we continue to scale? How do we, make sure that we're building the right foundations, into like, how do we prepare as things change and make sure we're not putting all our eggs in one basket?
Yeah. So in terms of that, we'll do one last question. In terms of that new normal, I think this is a good question. Given the rapid speed of culture today, how do you think about maintaining relevance and structuring for that agility? And I know you mentioned content creation as sort of, one piece of it, but, what sort of notes are you taking in culture as it feeds into, the brand continuing to grow, be highly relevant and appealing?
Yeah, I think that's one of the, magical things about having a pure, like for us, the pure D2C, and we'll continue to stay a primary D2C business, is how quickly you're able to pivot. And if we see that things aren't resonating, or, we've had different promotions or different ads that aren't working, what we've done is just take them off, and we're really able to pivot, which I haven't had that luxury before of, okay, things are planned months in advance and they have to go. So I think that's something that we'll continue to do, and really leverage to our benefit, is being able to move really quickly.
And final favorite product, or can you choose amongst your children?
Obviously our hair serum is absolutely amazing, but the shampoo and conditioner, like, I feel like I'm obsessed with, and I have to send you some to try. Maybe we meet for coffee in the street that you used to live on. So
exactly.
I'll bring you some to try.
Amazing. Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time and your insights and enthusiasm around the brand and the categories. This has been really fun. I loved it.
Thank you so much for having me. It was great speaking to you, Rachel. Thanks, Izzy.
Hi, Izzy.
And thank you for closing out our day on DTC marketing. It was a really great day of a lot of speakers and some insightful conversations, learning about how to stay connected with consumers and the different marketing strategies that are used to make sure brands are actively engaged with their audience. So we hope you will all join us tomorrow on May 26th at 1:20 p.m. Eastern for the virtual summit on CMO marketing leadership. We'll be joined by marketing leaders from Wells Fargo, Lenovo, Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, Vistaprint, SiriusXM, and many more. Thank you everyone for joining, and we hope to see you all again soon.